Well, nobody's here yet. Or if they are, they're lurking. I'll just gotta sit here being like, is someone gonna start talking? Nah. I forgot to take my anxiety meds. I'm sitting here just like, oh my gosh. Nobody likes me. Just like, of course people like me. Of course. Hi, Ryan. I'm sitting here. I'm about to do something I forgot to do, which is take my anxiety meds. It's been racketing up a lot. Okay, actually, this music is particularly anxiety-inducing, so I should probably choose something else. There we go. How's your day been? My day has been, I'm still sick. And it's like, ooh. I'm trying though. I'm hoping I can go full stream today. I have taken anxiety meds, so hopefully I don't get like a panic attack again. You've been doing good. Yay. I'm also just going to like stay solidly away from like the possibility of making the same mistake I made last time. Because oh my gosh, that felt horrible. And I'm like, no. You've been doing good. Yay! I've been sitting here thinking to myself, I want to play more Limbus. And I'm hoping, slightly hoping, that we're going to be able to go through and like catch up with the story. Because what that means is that the current batch of story chapters will finish out next week. And then I'll be able to say my last stream before I go on hiatus will be like catching up to Limbus, and it's like, yeah, that seems good. But at the same time, I perfectly understand if people are like, last stream before hiatus, please go and do another game Switch tonight, because that's kind of your thing. And I'm like, yeah, that would make sense. That would make a ton of sense to do. Of course, that being said, I'm probably gonna feel a lot better next week than I do this week, because I'm like sick. But it's just a cute cold thing, so I'm like, yeah, just a week or two, you'll get over a cold. It's just, yeah. It's not always the best. Anywho, game. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. I really hope I'm feeling a lot better by Sunday. Which means I have tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday to go through and feel a lot better. Oh. Game? Oh, right, it updated. Right. I'm looking at the category for Limbus Company. I'm like, 43 viewers. And I'm like, ah. Yeah, they're going through the new story content stuff. We're gonna be... I'm at the point where I'm like, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put aside like the stream team we had, because I'm just like, yeah, they're no longer of the quality that I want to be able to go through and do all the stuff. That being said, last time we went through chapter 5. We killed the pallid whale. Yay! We're still stuck at sea, but we killed the pallid whale, so time for all the in-between stuff. a lot of in-between chapters, 2 in-betweens, 2 fully like playable in-betweens, so that's fun. But at the same time, I like these in-betweens because these ones in particular give you an idea of like the goings on, and I like it. Especially a look at what Dante's office looks like. Anywho, I also hope you're fine if my voices aren't like, oh, today, because I'm just like, yeah. My nose cleared out enough earlier that I was like, I could absolutely do a stream. But I could feel it begin to clog up again. I'm like, ooh, well, I have hot tea. Anything is with hot temperature stuff, they can clear out sinuses pretty fast. So I'm hoping that can get me through this stream. Gonna sip across tea. Anyway, it's been a long while since I was able to relax like this, all alone in my room, with not a concern in my mind. Maybe it's because a heavy burden had been lifted from my heart. I told the sinners that we should take a day off or so in our respective rooms. After what happened, we deserved a good rest. A big part of that decision was also to relieve Yi Sang of his seasickness, at least for a day. I don't think the sinners' rooms sway with the waves. We're still a ways away from getting out of the Great Lake. I thought it would be a good idea to have a day like this where we could sit and relax. Of course, this wasn't like a real vacation or anything. If anything were to happen, this little time off would be over just like that. Like that eardrum tearing siren of the Mephistopheles that always finds the worst times to go off, for example. Oh. Yeah. I had a feeling that something like this was going to happen. I'm not even upset at this point. This siren better be worth getting off our bums for. There was naught to do in our respective chambers anyway, Heathcliff. I imagine that the time spent alone in thy room must have been quite dreary indeed. I can be a contemplative man from time to time, alright? For true? Oi, clockhead. 1 clock to an turn and coming right up. This will be the last one in a while, so just take one for the team, alright? Aren't you going to ask for Gillies for permission too? Ugh, bollocks. I think I'm starting to get a handle on how to manage Heathcliff. Good news, Heathcliff. Hi, Wayward. How are you doing, Wayward? I hope you're having a good day so far. This volatility alarm appears to be something we can make use of. Then, indeed, a notable change has occurred in one of the mirror dungeon doors. Dante, the short downtime you suggested. Yeah, I know. I knew something like this was going to happen anyway. I see. Then let us investigate the area where the volatility was detected. There's something odd about the way Faust and Virgilius were looking at me, but I was too busy to worry about the two of them. I had to somehow convince the sinners, who had their long-awaited proper break taken away from them as soon as it had started, to get to work. Another locked door has opened. The keep out tapes have also disappeared. The door looks a bit bluish this time, doesn't it? It's okay so far. How goes the Limbus thing? We just barely started. Where did the other doors go? I don't think they were blue like this. The door did look a bit blue this time. Looks like every new mirror dungeon door will have a different design. And disappear from time to time, I guess. I can hear rolling waves from the other side, I think. According to the information relayed to us via the device, it appears that the official designation for this new area summoned by the backdoor volatility will be Mirror of the Lake. Ishmael's eyebrows twitched. This is exactly what happened after we wrapped up Yi Sang's business. It seems too convenient to call it a coincidence, doesn't it? It's like these areas are tailor-made for each sinners. Faust? Mephistopheles' engine is designed to change and adapt every time a golden bowel is retrieved. And the back door is also a product of the engine. It would not be a reach to theorize that the incidents with each sinner would affect the engine, which in turn influences the contents of the back door. Oh, this tea is really helping my throat. In other words, it's pretty much a guarantee that with each golden bowel retrieval, we'll be getting a new zone from now on. Quite likely, yes. Okay, yeah, thanks for the explanation. Ishmael's willingness to sharply and boldly question all things suspicious did not change at all, but... Or maybe she just didn't like the fact that the word lake was even brought up. After the events at the Great Lake, maybe she was starting to take care not to be as blunt and scathing toward her fellow sinners. Not more than necessary, anyway. That's good. I'm relieved. Wait, that raises another question. Do ask. Are the golden bells not immediately shipped to the headquarters by the after team as soon as we retrieve them? How can they affect the engines if they're not here? The answer to that question requires a rather lengthy explanation. I care not. But wait, Aldous, how about you try to wrap this up as quickly as we can? We better get to some place that's not constantly swaying. Yisang's really not having a good time out here. I did not take my medicine, for I assumed that we would be having a brief respite. I beg your forgiveness. I'll hear just a summary then. In summary, once the golden bowl is retrieved, and when Limbus Company headquarters goes through a certain tuning process, Mephistopheles' engine and the golden bowl's wavelengths will overlap, causing a resonance effect, which is a process that involves resonating with the golden bowl in your head as well, manager. That's how it works? Does that process not harm the executive manager? No, as you have witnessed it yourself. So once it is retrieved, the golden bowl continues to affect those it resonated with. I see. Guys, are we done with the boring lectures? EWTL. Enough with the lecture. Faust, this dungeon, we have to enter it now, don't we? It felt like I was going back on my promise. After telling everyone that we could relax, I didn't like this one bit. But I think I already knew what Faust was going to say. Faust suggests that we explore the new zone as soon as we are able. Mephistopheles is still at a significant distance from the shores, and there are not many activities to do before reaching our next destination. This will be an appropriate exercise for us during this empty period. Ugh. Executive Manager, I understand that you may feel uncomfortable going against your earlier orders. But consider the fact that this journey will continue on for quite some time. I believe that the resources and the combat experience that can be gained from this new area would be quite considerable. I nodded affirmatively. The sinners each began grumbling and aired their woes, but they still prepared to head into the dungeons once again. Thus we entered the newly formed door. Oh, I feel the congestion. Oh no. Well, anyway, as you can probably guess, that is this. I've already gone through it several times. We don't need to go through it again. Hi, Violet. Hi. Who's ready for Christmas? Who's ready for Christmas? As our voyage on the Great Lake extends, the list of things to keep the sinners entertained grows ever smaller. How are you doing, Violet? I am taking sip from tea. We forgot earbuds today, so we've got this just playing at work. Ah, okay. Oh, thanks for the head pats. In a way, it sounds like a serious problem, but... Guys, anybody got any fun? Hydrate. Oh, I will hydrate. Stories to tell. No, for the 13th time. I suppose repeating the exact same phrase that many times is a talent, if it could even be called that. If you're having trouble recalling what you said moments ago. She has repeated that phrase 28 times to be precise. At 30, I was planning to verify if she had suffered any damages to her occipital region. I get it. I'm just that bored, okay? There's nothing to do anymore. I'm tired of playing the same game of backgammon again and again. Good. I've got a job for you then. How about you start feeding the seagull on time for once? Somehow it became my responsibility after all of you got tired of taking care of it. Yeah, we're going to have to let the seagull go once we're out of the Great Lake anyway. Why'd you even let yourself get attached to it? Just look at her. The way she looks at you. Those woeful eyes. What? Your average seagull eyes? Gregor has the pet seagull. It was abundantly clear that the sinners were starting to slowly expire from sheer boredom. Well, it's not really a problem that has a solution, and I had zero interesting stories to tell, considering that I'm an amnesiac, so... Bah! More tea! Today's gonna be a frequent break day, because I'm gonna need to brew myself more tea. Tea for me. To help. You doing okay? I am still sick. Got a little bit worse after last stream, but I'm over the hump of it, I think. Either that or I'm about to hit the hump of it, and that's not going to be fun. It's not really a problem that has a solution, and I had zero interesting story to tell. Yeah. All I could do was sit here and watch the sinners suffer. Putting them through the daily trials of the mirror dungeons wasn't the most exciting activity either. Glad it seems like I'm on the upswing. Yay! I could be on the downswing for all I know. I don't have a good way to tell with these things. I get to be gross. You get to vaguely hear me be gross today. I'm sorry. Speaking of which, Heathcliff appears to be the one least affected by this mess. Well, not that he was all calm and aloof, that is. I say he's anxious. A different kind of clown honking. A different kind of clown honking. Honk. 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 Vergilius. A frosty silence descended upon the sinners, and the source of that frost was the inexplicable event that played out before their eyes. Huh. Oh, Heathcliff, have you got insane? Did you finally snap? This must be the side effect of the consultations. Maybe we can call this sense of self-preservation loss syndrome or something like that. Heathcliff. Shut your traps. I ain't mad, and my sense of self-preservation is just fine. Impressive, Heathcliff. I rarely found myself surprised in this series of his adventures so far. But this is one of those rare occasions. Speak. What is your business? It's the, our next destination is T-Corp, innit? Do you really need me to answer that? You know what I'm talking about. Patience, Heathcliff. Though that seems to be a virtue that most of you lack. If everything goes according to the flow, you'll make it to your appointment on time. Since I had no context for any of that, all I could do was sit here and watch as Heathcliff scritched the back of his head. I'm still out of the loop, but Heathcliff must be really anxious about something if he's willing to talk to Vergilius first. And after all that... More tea. That's not... What else could possibly be more important than the Wait. Heathcliff turned around to face us. Oi, any of you. Got any history with T-Corp? Show of hands, now. Well, we know that Yi-Sang does. I have, in a way. I resided in that place once. Right, but we already did you, didn't we? Then, yeah, soon it'll be. But we're still in the middle of this mad lake. Oi, Clockhead, what's today's date? How would I know? Huh? Can't you tell the date? You have a clock for a head. Ugh. But clocks and calendars are completely different things. Heath, that was your 30th side today. Keep doing that and you might just huff and puff our boat to pieces. Tell us, Heathcliff. Your turn's coming up, isn't it? And whatever it is that awaits you there, you're going to have to prepare yourself for it. Yeah, I suppose. There's no use hiding it anymore. After some time. Right, so to summarize. Heathcliff's starting to feel like his turn's coming up, now that Ishmael's had her time in the ringer. And he's got good reason to believe that, because Vergilius handed him something in their last consultation that affirmed his suspicions. And according to that something, he'll need some fancy clothes and whatnot to refine his looks before we get to T-Corp. Yeah. I'm out of tea. I drank it all really fast. But since we're still so far from escaping the lake, you're starting to feel restless, is that right? Right on, so... Yeah, so there's not much you can do about that before we hit solid ground, is there? Oh, come on, Heath. That's it, don't you worry. I can definitely help you with that as soon as we find land, okay? We don't even know how far away from land we are. Dante, we have reached the end of the scheduled work period for the sinners. Oh, yeah. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. I reflexively said my usual routine piece as the light alarm played. Man, that wasn't even a big deal then. Ugh. I was hoping to see an act of a dramatic bloodshed for once. Well, at least he wasn't trying to stir up trouble for once. The sinners each got up from their seats, yawned and stretched, and one by one disappeared into the back door. Oi, Clockhead. Didn't know they knocked your wits off along with your head. Oh, thank you for following. VTuber sneezes. Anywho. Sorry. But Gregor isn't completely wrong, is he? Can't you even mince words at this point? Ugh. Vergilius and Charon also walked in the back door, mocking grins on their faces. And I was left alone in the ship's cabin, standing awkwardly next to several severely crestfallen Heathcliff. Kahem! Wait. There was another. Sir Heathcliff! Oh no. Huh? What are you doing out here, girl? Run along, you. Go gush about the high and mighty fixers of T-Corp of some... Okay, another drink of water. I shall have plenty of time for that later. Yet, thou shalt do well to treat me well, Sir Heathcliff. What, you little... Hold! Allow me to finish. Manager Esquire, Sir Heathcliff, come hither. Hush, hush. Extra persistent or less so? I don't know. Today's gonna be a frequent break day, so break every hour. And I'm gonna use that break to go brew tea. So that I have a constant supply of, like, at least throat no hurty juice. Don Quixote wore a confident smile. She slowly, gingerly walked over to presently and temporarily vacant Charon's seat. And whispered ever so silently to us. Forsooth, I have devised a splendid plan for thee. Oh no. Oh no, indeed. So what is the splendid plan of yours? I don't think there were words in this world expressive enough to describe that look on Heathcliff's face. It was certainly that he had very scant expectations for Don Quixote and her plans, but there was a sliver of hope in his face that maybe, just maybe, Don Quixote might rise to the occasion for once. It was unclear whether Heathcliff's internal struggle mattered much to Don Quixote, however. She began excitedly describing her plan. Dost thou, Sir Heathcliff, ever hear a tale of the ancient and legendary fixer of Deviant Association, the Red Sack? The Red... what? Like Virgilius? It is said that the legendary Red Sack carried out his deliveries no matter how terrible the terrain or how arduous the journey to all corners of the city. And with him was his sidekick, Reindeer Man. Forsooth, his magnificence hath given away gratuitous gifts for children of the city that he deemed to be kind. 'Tis but common knowledge, Sir Heathcliff. He appeareth on the front cover of the Fixer's Monthly every winter. Honking. Honking. I get to be gross today. I have a sick pass. I get to be gross. Don Quixote asked, sounding genuinely shocked to learn that Heathcliff did not know of this Red Sack. What makes you think I'd ever read rags like that? Fie to thee! Rags thou sayest? Manager Esquire, surely thou hast heard of this magnificent publication. No. I knocked on a ticking clock head. I didn't really feel the need to spell it out for her. So none of thee has subscribed to it then. Mine words fell on deaf ears. Anyhow, what matters to thee, Sir Heathcliff, is that thou endeavourest to make thyself more presentable than anyone else for this occasion. Is it not? Finally getting to the point, eh? Go on. Nay, good sir, a costume most befitting that occasion would be those of the Red Sack and his sidekick, Reindeer Man. This isn't going to end well, is it? What, like those ridiculous fixers, Del Artardicer, Artie, whatever. 'Tis not ridiculous, fie! Thou hast not even deigned to indulge mine only wish that we would cosplay fixers Del Artardicer Audiente together. Thou hast not even given it the chance, indeed. Speak not on a matter thou know not about. With all that talk of a splendid plan, I thought you were actually going somewhere, but it all comes around to that fixer nonsense again. Eh? Ugh. Don't even have the energy to beat the sense into you. I'll get to it later. 5 honest hits to the noggin should do it. When the sliver of hope on Heathcliff's face was beginning to rapidly fade. Prithee, share thy thoughts of the fixers that we have laid our eyes upon thus far. What? Embarrassing, were they? Remember, were they not fancy and impeccably dressed? Close not thy eyes and heart, speak. Absolutely embarrassing sods, yeah. That spandex bloke from K-Corp looked like he leaped right out of a circus. Hey! I take offense to that. Nay! Lord Siegfried was not embarrassing. I say that his outfit was rather dashing. Shouldn't you agree? Allow me to explain to thee the materials of this fabric so that thy understanding... excuse me. Huh? Hie thee hither, Sir Heathcliff. I'm yet unfinished. Why is the girl so hyper today? Well, Lord Siegfried is a special outlier, mayhaps. But dost thou not agree that most fixers are all rather well dressed and wore honor upon their sleeves? Honor upon their what? I don't know about that, but I suppose they were quite posh. Exactly! Follow the eye, and thou shalt see thyself dressed as impeccably and impressively as the fixers are. Is that right? Sod it. I know shite all about clothes or making myself look fancy. Right, so let's say I go along with your plan. Where are we going to get them clothes? Honestly, everyone was right. Where are we even going to pick up clothes in the middle of a lake? Aha! Yet I have thought of that as well. Recall the events of yesterday, the sirens that echoed across this bus. Dost thou remember? Now that I think about it, there was a siren yesterday. It went off not long before I announced the close of business for the day. But thou said that backdoor volatility wasn't anything for us to worry about. Yet I was curious. How, indeed, doth Faust determine which volatility is useful and which is not? Thus, as we were... Words are hard and I am sick. Thus, as all were crowded by the back door, preoccupied with returning to their respective quarters, I had secretly and stealthily availed myself the chance to take a glance at the screen. So you took a peep at the screen. You know how to read those complex symbols? Yeah, I gotta move the game. No, I'm not gonna move the game. I will cover up the screen. No, that's good. That's not good. That's fine. It's fine. Nay, I myself had little hope of recognizing them. Yet when I looked into them, I could very easily tell what the particular symbols on that device indicated. Forsooth, 'twere symbols of the red sack and the reindeer man. And next to them was a symbol indicating posh outfits. No, it can't be that simple. Yeah, no, it can't be that simple. I agreed with Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote remained enthusiastic as ever, as though she was already expecting him to say that. Dost thou know? Every so often, certain symbols appear on the numerous doors past the back door. Huh? Every respite, every passing glance, I be sure to watch them carefully. And 'twas yesterday, when in the corridor, I spied myself the exact door with the exact same symbol that I witnessed on the screen. Don Quixote, you didn't. 'Tis my nature as an adventurer. Manager Esquire, mine inability to quell the burning adventurous spirit, I prostrate before thee. Know that I have taken the sneakiest defeats. Many 'twas not too foolhardy, I have only taken a small peek. And if I told thee that what I witnessed from within, that all my deductions and predictions have been proven thus true, could thee find within thyself compassion to spare mine soul? You absolute muppet. Why in the bloody hell do you keep doing what everyone tells you not to? Right, Heathcliff. I just don't understand why some people keep doing things that everyone tells them not to. I remember when Heathcliff ignored all warnings and went into the restricted area past the area of the corridor that we're allowed to use. We almost lost Heathcliff that day. It was a tad different this time, however. Back then, Heathcliff had no idea what was beyond that door. And this time, we do. Are you suggesting that we call everyone over to explore that place? Nay, the three of us will be more than sufficient to handle this task. All tales begin with a party of 3 indeed. You're just scared of the consultation, aren't you? I have nary a clue as to what you may be referring to. The answer to this predicament was right there. Tell them that it's too dangerous and shove them back into their respective rooms to rest up for tomorrow. Manager Esquire, that's so indeed. It appeared to be a place most peaceful to mine eyes. 'Tis a simple task, is it not? All that we seek to do is to enter there and avail ourselves of a few sets of clothes for Heathcliff. It was obvious that Don Quixote wasn't helping Heathcliff out of pure kindness of her heart. Maybe she hungered for an adventure, or maybe she thought she might be able to do that cosplay of the fixer she so admired. But if you can find Heathcliff some nice clothes to put his heart at ease, then maybe I could do something about this before things get out of control, like it did last time when I just let a sinner's anxiety stew and exacerbate. Fine. But we're turning around at the first sign of danger. Seriously? Come on. You're willing to do it if it meant that you could pick up some clothes. Well, I suppose we'll be okay as long as Clockhead's with us. Well said, then let us reconvene tonight before Manager Esquire's quarters. We shall knock in the following rhythm. Knock, 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 knock. Then thou shalt whisper a secret code, to which then I shall... Just go get some sleep. I really hope this won't be a waste of time. We agreed on a precise time before returning to our respective rooms. Who's ready for Christmas? Kinda needed this after last time. A dark, silent night. All are sound asleep. Thus we assemble. This better be worth the trouble. It will be worth every trouble, of course. Now come hither. We quietly and sneakily follow Don Quixote, taking care to not make a noise. Are we really crossing this line? Bloody hell, lass. Don't you know what happened the last time I crossed it? Alas, it'll be different this time. All we must do is follow the corridor immediately to the right of this delineation and open the door here. So they're the symbols she was talking about. Past the door, through the window, the symbols Don Quixote mentioned shimmered. Symbols that seemed to indicate a sack, a wrapped present, and what appeared to represent a fancy clothes? So, there are the red sack and the reindeer man symbols. Precisely! Right, I suppose you're the expert with these things. I'm going in. Huh? Hold on. Before I even had the chance to stop him, Heathcliff barged into the door. And we found ourselves almost getting dragged in by sheer fervor. Oh ho! We found ourselves in a rather sizable room. This place was decorated with numerous Christmas-themed ornaments, warm, cozy lighting reflected off the wooden flooring, and amazing conveyor belts were installed all over the place. This place is... a factory? Quite! And what are those things? Those little children, like... Hark! It is I, Don Quixote! What the hell is she doing? The little figures Heathcliff indicated didn't exactly look like children. They all froze for a moment before turning around in our direction. They weren't humans, that's for sure. Hi, Navi! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for dropping by. Hang on, let me just give you a shout out real quick. Ah! Capcom Flying Connection. Okay, that sounds fun. Anyways, we just got done streaming, so make sure to eat, drink, rest, and be merry. You're just dropping off the Moonies. Ah! Well, hello, Moonies. I hope you're doing great today. Anyways, today we're going to the Limbus company. I'm a little bit sick, so I'm not going to be as high energy, but I hope to be able to entertain you all. Ahem. Give me but a moment. I've already parlayed with these fellows. What happened to the sneakiest of peaks? Oi, Clockhead, something's coming this way. The squeaks. A small but larger than others around it figure scurried over and stood before us. Oh, Lady Don Quixote, you finally grace us with your presence once again, And just as you did before, poof, appearing from the most unexpected places again, Who's this, Don Quixote? The one who shall grant us the wonderful gifts indeed. He rubbed his hands, or what I assumed to be hands, together, looked up at us, and started. Pleased to make your acquaintance, You must be Lady Don Quixote's friend, My name is Dodoru, a gnome who works at this factory, And why, of course, I make gifts here, A gnome? Indeed, a gnome. Was that supposed to be obvious? What are gnomes anyway? So they're not humans, right? Yes, these fellows are not humans. They're gnomes. Yes, of course. Not human gnomes. Didn't think non-humans were allowed in the city. They're not abnormalities or distortions either. There's something else. The city, I knew it. Well, why does it matter if they're not humans? What surely matters is the heart with which they commit themselves to work, that is. Of course, you are absolutely right, my lady, Didn't that Dodoru gnome say something weird about the city just now? So that wasn't just me, huh? Well, This Dodoru cut in on our conversation. Do the friends of Lady Don Quixote wish for my present, Say, we have fancy clothes and powerful weapon, or delicious cookie, Fancy clothes? So you really have them. Looks like we got a winner, Well, then please, this way. Squeak, 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 squeak. The gnome said something about introducing us to the reception hall and led us to a certain room in the scurrying gate. This seems more like a storage space than a reception hall. Oh-ho! Behold, there is a warm fire. Hi, Neko. Warm fireplace and a table in this cozy place. What more could thee possibly ask for? Hi. It's time for me to honk myself. Honk. I've taken the medication. And we have some delicious refreshments ready for you as well, Please wait a moment, and I'll be right back with the gifts you want, The gnome bowed, opened the door, and scuttled out of the room. Our reception hall is usually this barren. I've never been in one before, so I had no idea if this was what they were supposed to look like. I had to ask. Especially because it was starting to get pretty obvious, even with my rather limited experiences, that there's something off about this whole situation. I have once heard the rumor that this kind of decor has been catching on in recent years. Yeah, I've heard that too. Apparently it's popular for some blokes to just deliberately leave their stuff lying around in some half-finished looking buildings. Is that what this is? Still, thy heart's matter, Esquire. I shall personally be responsible for this expedition and claim ourselves shiny gifts. If push comes to shove, I could nab some of these. I saw them packing some shiny, expensive-looking stuff over there. No thievery this time, Heathcliff. Has the incident with the hair coupons already left thy mind? Ah, blimey. It's fine. Heathcliff was as foul-mouthed as always, but it was evident from his relaxing expression that his anxiety was starting to ease. Maybe the fact that we're here about to find what we're looking for was a comforting thought. Heathcliff, is it that important that you dress well for this occasion? Huh? Oh, yeah. A rather delicate but gently smoldering hearth. Calm, silent air, not hair. Ah! A perfect atmosphere to bring up uncomfortable subjects for some honest heart-to-heart. Or is someone waiting for you there? Someone who you'd like to dress up for? Well, I suppose you're not completely wrong. Oh ho! A secret, is it? Don Quixote excitedly and loudly dragged a chair up close to Heathcliff. I have to go back as a successful man. As someone of great worth. So that they'll know that I've changed. That I'm no longer that witless brigand Heathcliff. That's why I have to dress posh when I return. To appear like a man of quality. Oh! Has someone stoked the fire of envy in thy stomach? Is this about revenge? Like Ishmael? Revenge. Heathcliff leaned back on his chair. It creaked as he rocked gently back and forth. There was a look of deep introspection on his face, which was, if my memory serves me right, a first. Well, I suppose you could call it revenge, but what I really want to do is make her regret. Yeah, that's what this is. I'll show them. I'll trample over those bastards who thought I wasn't worth shite. So that she'll regret not choosing me. So that she will feel that regret down to the deepest reaches of her heart. I'll prove to Kathy that there was no better man for her than I. Kathy. Heathcliff's eyes tremble a little as he speaks her name. He's mentioned that name before. His eyes trembled then, too. This Kathy must be someone pretty important to you. Of course. Bloody important. So, what happened between the two of you? Between you and Kathy? Catherine, be exact. And I call her Kathy. It's a long and complicated story. Aha! Allow mine intuition to speak for thee. This Kathy must be thy lover, is she not? Wait, is that what she is to you? Huh? No, it's nothing like that. Okay, maybe a little, but... He's stuttering like Sinclair on a bad day. While his disposition was as brusque as always, I could clearly see that he couldn't stop himself from smiling from a mere mention of her name. And that gave me more than enough answers. Every sinner had a reason for joining Limbus Company, so... maybe Heathcliff joined Limbus Company for this Kathy person. Makes me wonder what kind of a person she might be, though. Someone that special, that precious to Heathcliff. Don't be so overdramatic. That ain't me. Now, I do this not out of my obligations as the manager, but I'm starting to think that I want to help you out, so that you could be the best man you can be for her. Indeed, we shall all be people of Ka-thunk. I heard a door open in that very moment. It wasn't the reception hall door. That one was made of wood and wouldn't make the sound that I just heard. This sound came from over there, away from us, from a dark corner of the room. Then we heard sounds of metal scraping against wood. It was accompanied by a howling blizzard. So those were sleigh marks, huh? The huge sleigh made its way across the wooden floor. On the marks that were already on the floorboards, it was flanked by several gnomes. The sleigh was red, and the sacks on it were either black or red. But they were all littered with flesh and blood. Don't overdo! We've got to earn your next batch of ingredients right here, Ew, my back, Come on, friend, Just think about the looks on our friends' faces when they open their present homes. All is worth it, of course. Well, worth it. Here, The gaggle of gnomes who were walking in our direction as they clattered and gossiped froze in place upon noticing us. Quit your loggy-gagging, gnome! Quit chit-chatting to help us out, We've got a lot to process, Besides, we brought some live ones this time, I think I saw some sacks on the sleigh move. No, they were thrashing like something was trying to escape. Is that... Grab your weapon, girl. What is the matter with thee? These fellows are hardworking. Hello? Is there someone out there? Please, help. Get me out of here. What a joyous day, This one's fresh, No. What? They're human, Did managers know that I'll bring him in, How did you manage to bring it here but so fresh, So, all along, that factory has been... Oh boy. I could hear a familiar voice coming from the other door in the room as Don Quixote stood there, flabbergasted. Daughter has done a blunder, That sleigh wasn't supposed to be coming here, Don't you worry, Just a little game between us gnomes. That's your excuse? Master Dodoru! Dodoru's listening, Tell me the contents of those sacks. Raw material for presents, of course, Besides Lady Don Quixote, Dodoru's prepared those fancy clothes for you and your friends to wear, Why don't we head right out to where... What raw materials are they? Dodoru's kind of tired of liomes. Humans like you. You lot, what I say about using this storage space, I told you this one was off limits, What are you gonna deliver? Nothing but disappointment to our neighbor, Even now they wait gifts from a factory, Wait, are you killing Santa? Maybe? Oh, my bad, gnome. And I already told the factory director to look forward to this batch, What was I thinking? This is absolutely not worth it. I know what you're thinking, Clockhead. So quit sighing and start strategizing. We gotta get out of here, yeah? Yeah, sitting here and feeling sorry for myself won't do anything it never did. Got it. Grab your tulums! Fresh, locally produced materials coming up, Right then, let's crack on, you little shitbags. We only have 2 participants this time. My nose is still blue.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
It's so silly.
날 뛰어보라고. 한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 멋에 뚫어보자고. 깡총.
I'm just like, this is honestly a relief of a chapter after freaking chapter 5. Who's ready for Christmas adventures with murderous gnomes? Ha! Murderous Gnomes chapter, let's go! Ah! Get punched in the face,
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어.
How are you narrating this? Ow. Ah. 따따. 하따. 하나. 아. 빠. It's so silly. Ah.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Ah. So this is the chapter. You could probably guess when this chapter came out. It's not that long of a stretch. Wild guess. Take a wild guess.
씹는 맛이 있는데? 씹는 맛이 있는데?
Ah. It's just, I just, yeah.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Yay! It's time for Don Quixote to absolutely wreck shop.
차리게. 장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
Time for you to wreck shop, Don Quixote. Stagger him. Ah, that's close.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
We are bugging Santa Claus. Ah! It's time to bug Santa Claus. Of all the things to take out of context of my streams, though, I think the phrase "we're bugging Santa Claus" is gonna be one of my favorites. Ah! That was a freaking 4-wave battle. Okay, gonna look at the post-battle, and then I'm gonna go on another short break to brew myself some more tea. These are so fierce swords. The fault lies with me. The light of confidence had completely faded from Don Quixote's face. So did her enthusiastic voice. No, I should have thought this plan through. Well, if you were to find someone to blame, the biggest fault would be with me, the manager. Maybe I should have turned around the moment I sensed that something was off. Ah, alas! With that, Don Quixote marched toward the now abandoned sleigh. But this is... Several mutilated bodies tumbled to the ground as soon as Don Quixote undid the knot tying the sack. Damn it. I was afraid that this is what we'd find inside the sack. There were a total of 7 or so people in the sack, but they were all missing a few limbs. They were barely breathing, and some of them had already perished. I've never seen their style of clothing before. Looks like we're pretty far from where we were. I've seen similar worn and torn clothing in the back streets, but the clothing they wore was of materials and styles that I'd not seen before. The back door must have sent us pretty far. Faust did tell me that each district within the city had different cultures and such, so... Doesn't really matter, does it? They'll all die soon, and it's not like you can turn the clock for them. Let's just get back to the bus. Nay, here! This person here is intact! Hark! Get a hold of thyself! Art thou the one who requested our help earlier? Who are you? Okay, I gotta go on break. I need it. I do apologize. Today's gonna be full of breaks because I'm sick. And hi, sick. I'm clown. Anyways, I'll see you in a little bit. Make sure to take this time to eat, drink, use the bathroom. Be back in a few minutes because I will be. See you in a little bit. Okay. Oh gosh, I need to take a look at that clip now. Yep, that is the clip. That is indeed where my Santa Claus. Okay, anywho. Aha! Okay, most of these are gonna have the exact same enemy types, like, let's see. I'm just gonna take a look. Ah! Not that far back. I would. My ability to think is not... Okay, actually, this one had more enemy types than this one. So we're just gonna take a look at story. Your clothes are all weird looking. I guess you're not for the village. The child was dressed in torn and faded clothing. From the way she looked at us, I could tell that she found us rather fascinating. She soon woke up from a momentary shock. Anyways, thank you for saving me. My name's Crayon, and... Clockwork Teeth? The kid pointed at me and backed away in terror. The hell are you talking about? That's Clockhead. My name's Dante. Clockhead? But I heard that Clockwork Teeth look like clocks. I guess I also heard that they don't show up in this high. I've never seen a monster like that before, though. Aha! But they are not a monster. This is none other than our very own manager, Esquire. I'm gonna take a bite of Nums. Ow. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the intro, I guess. But I can't hear anything but the tick-tocking of the clock. Well, Manager Esquire has their reasons. Art thou unharmed? Yeah. Looks like the other people who were dragged here with me weren't so lucky, though. The child looks at the mutilated corpses with a despondent look on her face. Don Quixote casts a sympathetic gaze. So they were all neighbors from our village. Yeah, but our village will soon send the hunters to save us. As long as they can get here, they can... Hunters? I wasn't sure what exactly she was talking about, so I was about to ask her what she meant. But this reception hall storage room suddenly began to fill with gas of unknown origin. Oh no. What's this now? Hup! Quick! Hold that breathing! An odd plume of gas, its hue red and green, begins to fill the room. This gas, it's the same gas from when I was kidnapped. The three of them, including Crayon, passed out and slumped to the floor. Yeah, something like this has happened before, when we walked right into a room full of toxic gas, which killed everyone. Looks like this gas only knocked them out, though. That's a relief, at least. Guess I should consider myself lucky that my clockhead isn't affected by these things. Greed. I gotta hide. Squeak, 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 squeak. The terror squeaks. Oh no. As soon as I hid myself in a corner, a crowd of gnomes rushed to the same door Dodoru came in from. Gas masks, so they use sleeping gas on us. Is that all that's left to manage the Dodoru? All that talk of snack and 3 top-notch raw materials, and now look at him, a pile of meat, 1 2 3 all accounted for, I suppose They're all fast asleep with the sleepy powder too, so don't you all worry yourselves about harming the good Well, let's move the good They picked up Don Quixote, Heathcliff, and Crayon one by one and loaded them onto the sleigh. With that, they left, closing the door behind them. And through it all, I couldn't do anything but watch. Right. Looks like this is my time to shine. I'll ask you to forgive them. No way. I should have listened when Ishmael's offered to teach me self-defense. What do I do? The harsh truth dawns on me every time we face total annihilation. The truth that, on my own, I am completely useless. If they were with us, I could at least bring them back. But none of the sinners are here with me. What good am I without them? It's a miracle that I managed to survive this far. Miracle? What miracle? Come on, get a hold of yourself. Great, now I'm hearing things. You're not hearing things, manager. We're really here. Do you even know what a mess it was up there when we realized that the three of you just vanished into thin air? I bolted up and looked toward the voice. There, I saw another door. And from it, the rest of the sinners appeared one by one. Guys. Oh boy, looks like I forgot about that slightly spoiled ingredient. So? I will inquire about this incident later, Dante. For now, command us in this battle. Ah! It's time to go murder Santa Claus. Yay! Of course, I'm not gonna go and do every single battle. Thanks, everyone. How did you find me? We entered via the back door. Your signals were no longer detected from within the bus premises. Sup? Hi, Dust Shadow. It's been a while. How are you doing? Then every sinner was immediately summoned from their respective rooms for their search. I'm a little sick, so you could probably hear that I'm a little congested. You're fine, you guessed. Aww. Huggies, if you want them. Make sure to take care, okay? And so soon after our break started. Dante, let's try not to do anything like this again. Even if you are the executive manager, rogue behavior such as this poses too great a risk. Please be wary of that. Got to go, is just making sure y'all's okay. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by, Dust Shadow. It's a pleasure to see you every time. Have a wonderful day, okay? Yay! I'm sorry. So how did you guys find us? I have deduced it. As of late, Heathcliff was in a constant state of uneasiness. Considering the nature of our circumstances, I conjectured that there was aught that he had to do before our arrival at T-Corp. On the day in which the back door of Volatility silent echoed, Don Quixote made a relatively delayed return to the back door. And come the next day, she requested from me and Miss Faust an encyclopedia of common symbols used in the city. Yes, so Faust lent her a few volumes. Ever since receiving the volumes, Miss Don Quixote sat next to me and perused the pages with rather enthusiastic expression on her countenance, although I could not converse with her on account of my conditions. I do recollect that the following words were repeatedly uttered. Cosplay, costumes, sack. See ya. See ya! In summation, I summarized that Miss Don Quixote witnessed a series of symbols that caught her attention when the siren blared. And Faust was aware of the door on which those symbols were drawn. Based on that information, the sinners were able to find their way here. We engaged several entities of the corridor on our path to the store. Good thing we only ran into weaklings, though. An irreversible death of a sinner could have occurred in the process. Do you understand? Engaging hostile forces in your absence carries an exceedingly high level of risk. We could have been lost forever in some corner of the corridors as bodies, never to be revived nor retrieved. Please comprehend the weight of your responsibilities and the risks your independent actions carry. You must survive, Executive Manager, no matter what. Tea has finished steeping, but it's still way too hot for me to drink right now. This is called I Am Slightly Sick. I kind of wish that I had like a different model I could have right now, just so I could be like, here's me sick. Specifically to impart that noise. That noise it just made. Whatever that was, that noise was perfect. Blah, blah, blah. Do I make myself clear? I've never seen Aldous look at me like that. Her gaze was cold and ruthless. Your survival was a lucky coincidence, Dante. The sequence of the symbols are not supposed to be interpreted in such a haphazard manner. A Wind Waker snot kid snot prop. Ah! If someone could draw me as the snot kid from Wind Waker, I would be so happy. I'm really sorry. I don't know what else to say. I believe that is enough, but... NDQ. Yeah, Don Quixote, Heathcliff, where'd the pair run off to? Oh, that's... I told them exactly as the events transpired. Seriously, how do you three even manage to survive this far? Alright, Manager Bud, I'm sure you've heard enough from the others, but so I won't say more. But where exactly are we? Hey, which district is this? This cold. We must be somewhere in one of the northern districts of the city, or... We are not in the city. What do you mean? I mean that we are not in the city. Those intelligent organisms, called gnomes, are part of a species surviving in the outskirts. Commonly known as monsters of the outskirts. Monsters again? After all that we faced at the lake... They weren't exactly like the whales, though. We could communicate with the gnomes. They were just like people. Except smaller. So we're in a completely different region of the outskirts. I would have liked to explore the area if the circumstances permitted. Look, the structure seems to have been custom built for the gnomes, considering how small everything is here. If this is the outskirts, we can go back, right? As long as the door we entered through remains open, yes. It is open, for now. What if it closes? Then an unexpected journey begins. We will have to trek the distance from the outskirts back to the city, which will be a significant endeavor in both time and effort. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Where is this sound coming from, I shackled Get your tool Dante, come hither to the back of the line. The door squeaks. The door slammed open and gnomes began flooding into the room. We prepared ourselves for battle. I guess we could do this one as a treat. And we cannot deploy these two because they're not here right now.
준비되었습니다.
말뚝을 쑤셔넣어
전
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
순수했던 나날로
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
불길 속으로
Let's murder the gnomes!
피어나라.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
그 오늘의
And there's freaking Ancorp Sinclair being an absolute powerhouse. I'm having a little bit of fun with this. Oh, well, one of them lost, which was fine. Good shot. Doink.
적확한 한압이었어.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
I don't want to waste that yet.
맞는 거야.
Yeah, there we go. Doink. Doink. Ah.
준비되었습니다.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
A team. Annihilate. Ahaha. Yeah, it's time for my team to annihilate them. Done.
소란이 들어와요. 놀라운 소리예요.
흐드러졌구려. 흐드러졌구려. 피어나라.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I hecking love this chapter. It's just silly. What?
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙여.
Real 6 health, really?
어떻게 끝이 보이나?
Doink. Boink.
다시
Done.
살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
That's the power of my like power crew.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
I can see their similarities with humans, but they certainly aren't humans. Except for their odd verbal quirk, these monsters are impressively communicative. I don't even know if they should be categorized as monsters. The definition is often arbitrary. Some may call them monsters, yet others may call them members of a different sentient race. I appreciate your analysis, but we should probably get moving? We still don't know where Heathcliff and Don Quixote are. You always say the right things at the right time, Executive Manager. Exploring the outskirts area will carry higher risks than our usual operation grounds. To ensure the manager's safety, we must first establish a more structured plan. Boom! Well, I'd say the easiest answer would be to leave the two of them, but the easiest path isn't always the right one. Ishmael kicked open the door the gnomes rushed in from. Come on, let's go. We'll protect the manager and save Heathcliff and Don Quixote. Taking a sip of tea. Find the parrot. This is purely a battle, so I don't really care. Battle. Story! Because it's just the same enemies from beginning to end until you get to the final one, so I'm just like, yeah. So now that I have some time to look around here, this facility appears to be a gift factory. I see. So there are factories like these that produce gifts. Christmas decorations everywhere. There's still some time until Christmas, though. Yeah, there's a lot of time until Christmas. Sinclair looked to the ground with a somber expression. I didn't need to ask to know how he was feeling. Poor Sinclair. Wonder if monsters exchange gifts with each other. They didn't seem like the most hospitable sort. There is a possibility that they may be contractors to one of the wings in the city. I wanted to say no chance, but the city and the wings that we've experienced so far were... Yeah, I can see that. Hang on, I gotta honk. Who's ready for some honk juice? I'm allowed to be gross today. I have a sick pass. Ah! Yeah, there's a non-zero chance of that being the case. I have a sick pass. Yeah, that's fair. For whom the gnomes pack. All you heard was clown honks, no gross. Yay! After spending some time battling gnomes and trashing the gift factory, we soon realized that the gifts the conveyor belts were moving weren't your average gifts. Is that a foot? Is that a sign with a drawing of a foot? What's that doing there? This one is adorned with a depiction of an eyeball. These gifts appear to be made from materials that do not normally go into building these items. Their shapes are of teddy bears, oil pastel boxes, toy trains. But they have an abnormally high concentration of protein and phosphorus. However, the decorations and the lights are made of proper materials. We must have salvaged the waste expelled from the city. Hang on, let me move. Moving microphone. Ah, noises. Ah, no. Anna. There we go. And now it's scooting closer. Yay. Just to make sure I didn't accidentally disconnect anything. Ah! I'm so good. Yay! It's obvious. G, M, F, H. Ow. Gifts made from humans. What stuff made from human sacrifice? Guess the outskirts isn't so different from the city, huh? What's really concerning is, who are these gifts for? Who, in their right mind, would want anything like these? Tea. Who knows? Rich folks with screwed up perversions? Maybe that's who they're for. So... if they're making gifts out of people, Heathcliff and Don Quixote, will the gnomes turn them into gifts too? I do recall them saying something about locally produced materials. Then we must move with haste. I have discovered a location with a high probability of their presence, presuming that they haven't been turned into gifts yet. After a long silence, Mersault spoke up. He pointed in a direction. There. The placard says, Gift Assembly. Oh, is this a new one? Oh, it's a manager gnome. I mean, we've already fought a manager gnome, so I think we're fine. I think I'm hearing some odd noise from in there. Huh. A rather high-pitched SOS. It's always a good indicator of wonderful happenings. Can you not giggle about the sounds of screaming, please? I am familiar with this tone. The decibel range of this screaming is an exact match with Don Quixote's. Yes, this is an exact blueprint of Don Quixote's scream. Hark! Yes, I can tell exactly. Wait, we have yet to conduct a threat assessment of the combat area. That area appears to be a closed-off space, which means... Altus, were Heathcliff with us, he would have said as such. Said what? I think I know. How bloody frustrating. Quit winging, pick up your tools, and get cracking. That was pretty close. Ishmael soon blasted the door open with a powerful kick. Meanwhile... Oh, where the bloody hell are we? Why am I tied up? I regretfully say to thee that we are quite screwed. Adjusting for comfort. Forsooth, we are fated to become toys in the hydraulic press. It appears that, when the time cometh, I shall return into a roly-poly toy myself. That rises with every fall. Oi, shut your trap and do something. We've got to get out of these binds. Sir Heathcliff, I apologize profusely. Just hear that there was the tiniest bit of selfishness within me that I wish to procure the red sack cosplay set for myself. However... it was no lie that I wished to find thee an impeccable outfit. You little shite. I knew that this was going to happen. Once I'm out of these binds, So, at least thou shalt become an elaborate pocket watch. Ugh. Damn clocks again? I think they're going to turn me into a box of color pencils. 24 vibrant natural colors, or so it says. We've not seen living raw materials in a while, But they're a bit loud, Can you see my ears are bleeding, The more they scream, the happier our recipients will be, the less cutting, Boom. Heathcliff, Don Quixote, what a relief. They haven't turned into gifts yet. Quite cozy in here. Everyone! Ow. We're here for you, Heathcliff. Clockhead. Damn it. Didn't think I'd ever be this glad to see your mug. Looks like we got here in the nick of time. Heathcliff was about to be shoved into the gift-making hydraulic machine press. I have sewn your straps. Descend. Look, I'm not the type to wear my heart on my sleeve, but after you lot saved me from getting turned into a pocket watch, I have to say it, you absolute idiots. You two had one job, to remain by the executive manager's side. You let yourselves be captured like this? You know what? Forget it. Right, get a hold of yourself, you two. Manager, what now? Well, we've got to trash this place. Come on, get ready to wear your identities. After he defeated the horde of gnomes, Don Quixote and Heathcliff fell to their knees before everyone. I also knelt down, feeling like I should be down there with them, but Altus tightly pulled me to the side. I feel bad for those two. I am ready. Commence, Lady Altus. You absolute buffoons! How did you ever think that this was going to turn out okay? Are you even aware of the risks Executive Manager took to get here? How worried they were about you two. Well, actually, Clockhead was in on it from the start. Silence! I should grab more tissues. Anyways, time for more honking. I'm allowed to be gross. Although, Neko says that doesn't sound gross, I wonder how that sounds to everyone. I'm just blowing my nose near the mic, and it's like, oh no. Ooh. Am I chasing everyone away? The most unappealing streamer on this platform today. Aha! Do not refer to the executive manager with such derogatory language. Insolent fool. Ah, 'twas my fault. 'Twas my fault. You don't find stuff like that gross, so you're not the one to ask. Just body function, you know? Yeah, fair. My mother used to scold me like this in my youth. Alice did not seem to slow down at all with her stern scoldings. And the pair fell completely silent, their heads hung low. I decided to wander away from the scene. This guilty conscience was too much for me to bear. Is Crayon doing okay? Yes, she merely lost her consciousness from excess psychological shock. How did you find yourself at a place such as this? You are a human, right? And we're really in the outskirts. Crayon initially appeared somewhat taken back from the deluge of questions, but she soon began to open up. So, you're really from the city? I'm from Cloud Town. It's a village on the north side of the outskirts. Are there a lot of monsters like those gnomes out here that can speak? Yeah, there are many more monsters out here other than the gnomes. I've seen a few of them myself, but the village elders told me about the rest. Our village was built to keep the monsters out, to keep us safe. If this didn't happen, we'd all be preparing dinner back at the village by now. So they raided your village? Yeah, and they attacked us when the hunters were gone, so... We normally don't get raided by them around this time of year, so I thought we were safe. But they suddenly attacked us, rushing in on their sleighs. Ooh, got a message. Some of us tried to fight, but we didn't stand a chance, and everyone that they killed got shoved into the sacks on that sleigh. I passed out from fright, and they thought I was dead, too. I got shoved into the sacks like the rest of the villagers. Oh, we forced you to talk about something that couldn't have been easy to go through. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Can I ask things too? Anything. Is it right that crayon boxes in the city have 48 different colors? And they have gold and silver colored crayons too? Probably? And there's just people in the city, right? No monsters like the gnomes that try to kill us, right? It's kind of hard to answer that, actually. Wow. Meow. Meow. Highlight. Sometimes I climb a high hill to look at the city. I always saw pretty colorful lights from up there. So colorful that I don't even have enough colors in my crayon box to draw them all. D. Wow. Still not home yet. Okay. T. And then give me a second. I'm gonna turn away from the mic this time. Wow. Honk. I chase off people. Yeah. Yeah, this is what being sick means. Whoa. Yeah. I wish I could live in the city. If I lived there, I'd never have to worry about getting attacked by monsters. I could live happily with all my neighbors. Sorry, kid, that's not... You've really never been to the city, huh? SSE. I'm sorry? Same story everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are, death always stalks us. Whoa! That was so cool! Can you say that again? Huh? That was cool? Oh, did you guys see anyone else nearby? By any chance? I don't think we ran into any other humans out here. No, but he has to be here to save us. Who do you mean? The best hunter of Cloudtown. If he was at the village, the gnomes wouldn't have... It appears that in the outskirts there are hunters who specialize in hunting monsters, akin to whalers of the Great Lake, that is. But, wait. So if they're kidnapping and killing humans for these gifts, who are these gifts for? Everyone. It's time to murder Santa Claus! Of course, the gifts are for our poor and kind neighbors who do not cry. Executive Manager, retreat. I don't know when it happened, but a large shadow was looming over us. Ugh, what is that thing? I am Santa, bringer of gifts to our neighbors. Ho, ho, ho! Like a flying giant, garbed in red, carried a massive gift sack on his shoulder. It was definitely not a human. Yeah, it's that git! That one's the boss! Lo! The Crimson Garb! That is the Crimson Garb that I spoke of! The pair immediately jumped up from their knees and began shouting in unison. That's the Red Sack's outfit? Oi, then he's already... No! Not the reindeer man, too! Shut it! Cut the useless chatter for once. After silencing the pair with a short, stern command, Aldous approached me and spoke in a low voice. Executive Manager, since he appears to be of an intelligent species, I will attempt to parley with it. But we best prepare for battle in case the talks fall through. Yeah, that's a good idea. What do you mean by neighbors? Wings? Clans from the city? Ho, ho, ho! But we are denied entry to the city, are we not? No, that's weird. My voice does not like that one. Is that big lump of meat a gnome, too? I happened to overhear the gnomes during our time in captivity. They call their master Beard Giant, which I believe is not a gnome. A giant? There really are all kinds of monsters out here, huh? Dante, that's not an abnormality, is it? Nope, that's not an abnormality. Or a distortion. I say it's closer to the whales. Oh ho! Do you yearn for gifts too? Yet your kind already owns all there is to own. We and our neighbors in the outskirts wish so dearly for that very day. The only day we are allowed joy and comfort in human gifts. I see. You produce toys out of humans and give them to those who harbor hatred for humans. Out of pure goodness of your heart. Here, where all those who have been marginalized and exiled by humans gather and wallow. We pour our infinite hatred and care into packaging these gifts. Ho, ho, ho! Quite the verbose way of saying I refuse to negotiate. Ho, ho, ho! Why don't you come here and join us? Become joy to those who need it. That was post-battle, right? That was post-battle, yeah. Oh, we're at the end. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom. Yay! This one has a post-battle. Everybody, it's time to murder Santa Claus!
자, 풀 뜯을 싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
Ho, ho, ho!
유감 없는 싸움을 기다리겠어.
Ba-da-na-na-na. Ba-da-na-na-na-na.
탈출 개체 확인.
피어나라.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
But no, one of them is gonna die because Sinclair. And Corp Sinclair.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게
If you have a weak enough enemy, 2 of his moves are pretty much guaranteed to murder.
피워보지.
소란이 줄었네. 발창자. 나오십니다. 고통은 없어.
근본의 싸움은 우수했어.
탈출 개체 확인.
No! Ah! There. Something. You're stuck in a fight. Level 45 uptight Ketsu. Ah! Fair.
방금은 전략이
That happens. That happens sometimes. Ah. Ow.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도 그러리라.
Well, it's time for me to stop being so full of myself and assure that I'm like gonna get through this. And just murder the gnomes. Ah! Did you hear Patapon? I vaguely am aware of Patapon's existence, but I've never played it. No, that wasn't enough. Ah, that wasn't enough. Frick.
참. 이런 상황인데도
나나나나나나. 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 나나냐냐. That was an old PSP game. Ah. No! Ah! Quick, let my sitters get their sanity up, my gosh. Ooh.
다소 유리하구려.
Let's see, 2 targeting you should be enough, and then everyone else targeting you.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
There's a way to hack a PSP using the free Patapon demo. Oh. It's time to murder Santa Ta! Santa Ta must die! Ah! Sometimes I wonder if my housemates listen to me and are just like, what is she doing? Oh, you target you. Okay, in which case I will retarget for you. And you're also frick. Ah! Whatever. Anyone else who's not being targeted by something, you're being. You target you. There we go. Haha!
전투에 임하겠습니다.
Nah. I still have a little bit of the sickness. It is fine, I'm allowed to be gross on screen. I have a sick pass.
현명한 판단이요.
Boink! And then you get staggered.
그들어줘.
Get staggered, idiot! Ah! And Sinclair is gonna destroy your sack! Not like at this age you need a game to hack the PSP. Did it on yours, but the battery's crap. Got a new one and there are some issues. You're thinking of doing a mod with an external bit, but you need... Ah! That sounds very interesting and fun. Let's destroy his sack. Let's destroy Santa's sack. Ah! Does that sound wrong? Yes, it does. Ah!
부위 파괴. 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었고.
Holiday cheer? How about holiday glory? Ah!
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Who needs holiday cheer when you have holiday glory?
당연한 결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠?
Did that have a post battle? That was only post battle. Okay, post battle. Ah. Humans, I'll separate the flesh from your bones. Santa's gut suddenly began to expand. Oh no, that's a different. That's something else. All of you, hold your breaths. Few people doing external battery pack mods. They bring the battery from a normal 1.2k to 30k. Dang. Suddenly, a large figure leapt out of the dark and slammed what looked like a stake into Santa's gut. Whoa! Just almost fell. I think I'm about to pass out. A scent of potently fetid refuse lingers. Some sinners dropped to the floor while the others gagged profusely. Clearly, this was a rather painful experience for all. This gas does not appear to be toxic. However, its scent seems to inspire an extreme level of discomfort in people. So, you've defeated a northern giant, yet you don't seem to know the proper procedure for what to do afterward. Are you hunters from the city? Basically attaching an external battery packs for phones to the PSP instead of a battery. Ah! Proper procedure? Immediately before death, a northern giant's body fills with noxious gas before exploding in a rain of acid. The man who staked Santa's gut explained as he approached us. You have to puncture a hole in its gut to let out the gas before its internal organs condense it into acidic fluid. Allowing it to cause a chain reaction could complicate things. That's pretty cool, Medmir. Ah. And then we're done with the Christmas chapter. And then I'm gonna go on break for a little bit longer because I'm just like, I need to blow my nose again. Ah, the set will come off. Who's that now? Mr. Domino! Crayon, who had been holding her breath with her fingers over her nostrils, ran up to the large man and hugged him. At least you're safe, Crayon. That's good. After stumbling for a moment, due to the stench most likely, I'll just briefly gasp for air before approaching Domino. Hey you, identify yourself. Oh, your PSP's battery has bulged? You need to get rid of that, Ryan. That's an explosion risk. I had a 3DS that's battery is bulged. I had to replace the battery before I could sell it. Name's Domino. I'm a monster hunter from Cloud Town. I don't suppose I can call it a town anymore now that it's just me and Crayon that's left. Relax. I wouldn't even think of hurting any of you. So you're the hunter that the girl mentioned. Alice relaxed upon Domino's confirmation. She leaned on a wall and looked to the floor in relief. Normally, around this time of year, these monsters would have gone further north to a different village. So I was on an expedition to help them out. Looks like they decided to switch things up this time around. When I returned, they'd already finished their raid on our village and left. Damn it. They used to be predictable, attacking only right before Christmas. Do these tragedies happen often? Though I can't speak for the city, I can say that this is a common occurrence in the outskirts. It's a hellish place to live, if you can even call this living. Survival alone is a miracle out here. It's possible to get memory cards for PSP online. You got one with 2 SD slots, and after formatting both one by one, then formatting them again, they fused into 120 gigabytes of space. Dang! Oh! Are there a lot more places out here like this? Like this mockery of a gift factory? No, can't say I've seen a factory like this anywhere else. But I could tell you one thing. Compared to some worse things that could have happened, this tragedy was nothing. That's the natural order of things in the outskirts. I do wonder sometimes, if we were in the city, no matter how bad it gets in there, it must be better than this living hell. It was no easy contemplation to answer. The outskirts must be a hellish place to live, if what he's told me is anything to go by, but the city they admire so much isn't such a warm place itself, from what I've seen in my journey so far at least. Loading all that space at PSP freezes for a second. Dang! Aha! Then accompany us back to the city! We were on our... Don Quixote stopped herself, realizing that every other sinner was giving her a look of disapproval. Thank you for your kind words, at least. I wish it were that easy. If I could at least let this child enter the city somehow, just like that. But the city has no place to spare for this child, not even a small corner of it. Even if you were to somehow make it past the city's walls, there are countless variations of paperwork and procedure you must overcome before you can live the kind of life you desire. And what would people like us even do with such paperwork? And where would we find them out here? We've not studied or worked to find a job in the city as some youths of other villagers do. Mister... There was an uncomfortable silence. Domino cleared his throat and continued. I must still extend my gratitude for keeping the girls safe until my arrival. I know a good way to extend your gratitude. Maybe you can extend us a nice pouch of shiny and jangling bag. Rodian's eyes were twinkling. The lingering stench made it difficult for her to speak, but she was determined to make her point. Something shiny and jangling. Sure, maybe I can give you a tour of some antique items I keep at home. Precious items salvaged from the locomotive tracks of the outskirts. Not something you'll see every day in the city, I'm sure. Items of the outskirts. That tour alone could be worth much more than just pure cash. Faust, there's still a decent chance that the door we enter through might just shut behind us, right? You'll be with your uncle tomorrow. Yay! I think hopefully. Is that a yay? That's hopefully a yay. How am I doing? I am sick. I have given myself permission to be gross on stream because I am sick. Indeed. In fact, it is unclear whether the door is still open. I recommend a quick return to the bus now that our 2 primary objectives have been secured. So she says. If you are appropriately to speak my mind, Executive Manager, even if this is not the Great Lake, the outskirts is an extremely perilous place. This curiosity cannot be a reason for us to risk getting stranded in this environment. Looks like you've got to hurry back. Well then, catch. Domino tossed a carved wooden doll in my direction. Does not appear to be anything dangerous. Let us inspect it further after we return. We mustn't dally any longer than we have to. Yeah, good idea. Some sinners had passed out and had to be carried by others. Most could not stop gagging at the stench, but we still made our way back to the door. The door has remained open. We made it back to the safety of Mephistopheles. Sometime later. Boo, stinky. Charon, evacuate, evacuate. Charon quickly made her escape to the decks. And Vergilius greeted us in the cabins with a terrifying gaze. Looks like everyone's had quite the adventure. Covered in blood and guts, and with a disgusting stench to boot. Oh, this is... Manager. I can't tear you anyway. So just reply to my query with a nod or a shake. Your replies better match up with my expectations, of course. I have but one question. Was it you who made the call? I hesitated for a moment before nodding affirmatively. I might get reprimanded, or maybe he has worse things in mind for me, but it was I who decided to go along with her plan. This would not have happened without my authorization. Good, then my questioning's over. Huh? I will leave it to you to deal with this mess. You may rest afterward, and please, do something about this foul stench. Why do you have such a deep voice? Well then. With that, Vergilius disappeared into the back door once again. Huh, that's unexpected. I thought my time had finally come. Be glad! The best consultation is a consultation not had, indeed. Alas, behold, one and all! I don't know when she had the time to pick it up in all that chaos, but Don Quixote managed to haul a huge sack of gifts back to Mephistopheles. You pick that up from all that mess? I have laid claim upon the evil gnome's trinkets! Now that's some real commitment. What's all that for? Ah, art thou truly unaware of mine intentions? 'Tis for adorning our ship with Christmas decorations! What? Wait, now? We're still like 3 months away. We are way more than 3 months away from Christmas, my friend. Agreed. Let us not risk peeling old wounds. To lower the morale of company is... Oh, it's okay. It's been getting better with time, little by little. Yeah, we can all grow beyond it, eventually. Marvelous! Then this appears to be an occasion most fit for a party, then! What say you? Don't tell me you went through all that trouble for some party decorations. According to Dante's explanations, this incident was spurred on by Heathcliff's need for an outfit. Heathcliff has been silently brooding in his seat with his face buried in his palms. Out of shame, most likely. Ahem! Verily, verily! Yet that very costume we had sought was worn by none other than that monstrous giant. I don't suppose it would fit Sir Heathcliff anyhow. Forget it. It wasn't the kind of look I was going for anyway. What did I say, Heath? We'll help you out as soon as we land, Kay? The outfit's one thing, yeah, but the... You are speaking of the port ship we sailed past. The port ship on which the hair salon that printed those hair coupons conducts their business. The coupons could not be used, as the port ship was not on our charted route. Leave it to me to style your hair. I've done my sister's and younger siblings' hair pretty often. We don't know how long we'll be floating on this damn lake anyway. Besides, I don't even know how to dress myself proper. I was going to attempt the trial and error method. Okay, but can you at least tell us what it is that Vergilius gave you? Just so that we know what exactly you're so anxious about. Ah, sod it. After a deep, heavy sigh, Heathcliff produced a letter? So that's something Vergilius gave you? Oh, I remember. My family's used this envelope before. It's made from really expensive paper, and made only in limited quantities at a time. It's quite a luxurious envelope. Can we read it, Heath? Sure, it's nothing impressive. Then Dante, why don't you read it out loud for the rest of us? Sure. Rhodia handed me the letter. It was written in a beautiful series of cursive writing, drawn to an almost calligraphic. Yeah, so much speech. Perfection. I began reading. From Wuthering Heights, we cordially extend to you, honored guest, an invitation to the what's this here? Somebody colored over this part of the letter. Well, I'll keep reading. Venue, Wuthering Heights, T-Corp Nest. Should you accept our invitation, please convene at the designated location by 4 in the afternoon on the 24th with this letter on your person. Please honor this occasion with your presence. With great respect, Nellie. Oh, and down here is a postscript. It's read in a different handwriting from the rest of the letter. P.S. You have to be here, Heath. I'll be waiting. Kathy. We had no way to tell what kind of occasion it was on account of it being colored over, but clearly the rest of the letter contents had stoked the fire of passion in Heathcliff's heart once again. So, you gotta look fashionable and classy for this Kathy person. Well, yeah, but there's more to it than... Shh! Quiet now. Now I can clearly see why you were so impatient, Heath. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Oi! I'll leave it up to you to style his hair, Master Hairdresser Hong Lu. I wouldn't call myself a master. Oi! Where are you taking me? What in the bloody hell is this grip? Yeah, Rhodia's got quite the grip strength. You won't free yourself from her anytime soon. The two sinners, practically hauling Heathcliff by his arms, disappeared into the back door. Now, Heathcliff's fate was sealed. To be a mannequin to now motivated and unbearably bored, Rhodia's various experimentations. I can hang this trinket here, and Don Quixote began humming a song, a carol perhaps, as she placed the various trinkets around the bus. I decided to go out to the deck for some air. I leaned on the railing and dug through my pockets. The wooden doll domino the hunter gave me just as we hurriedly left. I held it and felt its texture under my fingers. My eyes looked into the distance, toward where the outskirts lies. I thought for a moment about the gnomes, the giant, and the things Domino told me. I suppose there are people's stories in the outskirts too. Stories different from those of the city. Faust approached from behind and stood next to me. I wasn't sure how much of what I said she heard. Follow the stars, Dante. Star by star, then you will one day learn. So for now, follow the closest star that shines before your eyes. Yeah, I have to focus on the stories of the city for now. I don't ever know who I really am after all. I don't even know who I really am after all. Joyous laughter and frustrated howls echoed out of the cabins. They must have finished dressing up Heathcliff. Why don't we go take a look at how Heathcliff is doing, Faust? You make a rather tempting offer, Dante. The added color to the bus's interior warmed my heart a little. Yay! I need to blow my nose badly. Anywho, I gotta go on break for a little bit. Today's a frequent break day. I apologize for that because I'm sick. But when I get back, we're gonna start with the rest of the chapter 5.5 stuff and hopefully chapter 6. Chapter 6. Anyway, see you soon. Make sure to eat, drink, use the bathroom. Be back in a few minutes. I know, because I will be back in a few minutes as well. But first, ads! Ah! I can't do this bit. Anyways, before heading back in, I do have a question. A little bit of a question to see about standard experience. Yeah. Do any of the rest of you get that experience where you're just like, ah, yes, your nose is clogged, and then you can just feel it go like, just slowly like open up a little bit, and then you're like, I can breathe again, and then it goes like, and then you can't, and you're like, aw. Anyways, with that in mind, back on Noise of Grossness, yay. I stay gross. Ah. So it hasn't been fully 5 to 10 minutes yet, so I should probably not start getting into it yet. As it is a 5-minute mark, I was just like, I grabbed a plastic tub of like potato salad, and I'm like, I'm good. Ah, I have my nammies. Oh. I have the patat. Nom nom nom. Okay, anyways, it's almost in the 5-minute mark. Almost in the 5-minute mark. But, okay, this is the 5-minute mark. Okay. Ah! For everybody who's here, attendance check. Present your eggies. Ah! If you're not being active in chat, then don't worry, you don't have to. But if you're being active in chat, present your eggies. Yay! There's Wayward. There's Ryan. Yay! We have people. Okay, let's keep going. I feel like nose itchy. Oh! Ah! They made I can do this! Oh my gosh, I get to do this. Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh. I didn't realize they let you be able to do this again. Oh, I just, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. We only have to phase it once, but this one, I like this one. You and you.
제 차례인가요? 몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
This is green lights blinding our eyes and loud alarms rupturing our eardrums. I've gotten used to it by now. I have been rested from my refuge's sleep once again. Thanks to the alarm, these sinners began waking up one by one from their naps. Walpurgis night has descended once again. Even amidst that chaos, Faust remained as calm as ever. She walked up to the helm and shut off the alarm. Already? I thought it was supposed to be a really rare occurrence. Yes, it is a rare occurrence, but its frequency is not something we can reliably predict. Oh, I guess going back to sleep's out of the question now. So there's a chance that it goes off next week too? The possibility is there, yes. Yet I don't believe that it would happen so soon. It takes some time for Mephistopheles' engine to resonate. Faust, who was busily interfacing with the device while answering Rodia's question, came to a sudden stop. What's up? Is there something wrong? No. Everything is under control. This is within a predictable range of variables for one such volatility. I merely paused to contemplate how I should explain this to you and the rest of the sinners, Dante, considering that this will be a new environment for all of you, that is. New environment? I looked at her curiously, but I did not voice my concerns. She was already walking toward the back door. Faust was not going to answer my question anyway. It is said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, a first-hand experience. Yep, I knew it. Oh, thus our humdrum daily lives are spruced up once again. You know, it wasn't that long ago that you were scurrying all over the cabin and placing weird decorations everywhere. Don't tell me you're already tired of it. Forsooth, I believe that we've had more than enough celebration for that occasion. Dante, please lead the way. The bored sinners seemed to find this new possibility of an adventure somewhat exciting. They slowly got up from their seats with enthusiasm. We again made our way to the back door. Dante, the door in which this volatility occurred is in the direction of the dungeons. Oh, so we gotta head toward my room. Yes, please open the door. She did say something about the corridor changing depending on who opened the door. I walked across the corridor, trying to recall what Faust once told me. Somebody once told me. Okay, that was a weird cough anyways. Nice, we're not going into the restricted zone this time. Unlike the other time we had to, while off-duty, jump to the rescue of some dumbasses who decided to saunter in there despite the repeated warnings. Ugh, I won't do it again, alright? You've gone against the warning twice already. You are far from the most trustworthy sinner among us. Among us! I don't know, why am I so memey right now? Probably because I'm sick. Anyways, agreed. I've done it only once, in case thou weren't aware. Shut it, you. I'm starting to enjoy this raucousness among the sinners. Hoping that this camaraderie would last for a long, long time, I turned the handle and opened the door. Oh-ho. That door. Right, the door had transformed into an oddly familiar shape. This looks like one of those doors we saw back at one of the Lobotomy Corp branches. It is identical. It appears that different shapes are overlapping over the door, but all of them are of the same design. Correct. The overlapping shapes are more clear evidence that Walpurgis Night has returned. Opening now. The door creaks open and another corridor appears before us. So this is another Lobotomy Corp branch, isn't it? The longer I look at it, the more familiar it becomes. This place definitely looks a lot like those Lobotomy Corp branches we've been to. Oi, smart arse. If we could just pop open a door leading straight into one of them branches, why are we doing any of this tour bus business? Ain't we wasting time and effort out here? There are numerous inaccuracies in your statement that must be corrected. I will tackle them in reverse order of your presentation. First, Walpurgis Night is an unpredictable event that not even I could predict. To base our entire operation on such an unstable element would be a plan most foolish. I suppose that's true. Hey, let's try to think a little before we speak, okay? Heathcliff scowled at Rhodia's remark, but soon grew dejected once he noticed that the other sinners were nodding in agreement. Wah! Honk. What animal does me blowing my nose sound like? I have to get around the clown nose, you know? Or it goes through the clown nose. Well, I won't completely deny the possibility of pursuing that method. However, I must clarify that this is not a real Lobotomy Corp branch of the city, merely a result of Walpurgis Night's mutation of the corridor. Therefore, I can say with quite the certainty that this does not align with our current mission, which is to retrieve the golden bells from the branches existing in our current reality. Nom nom! Nom nom time! Nom! Nom! Right. Please stop it with your lecture when I apologize for speaking without thinking. As I've said previously, I won't completely deny the possibility of pursuing that method. Besides, there are more inaccuracies to be addressed. More? I don't think there was anything more for her to correct, but Faust clearly seemed to think that there was another critical error in Heathcliff's statement. And without even flinching, and wearing that serious expression, she looked into the distance. This is not one of the Lobotomy Corp branches. Faust muttered. Not one of them. So this isn't a Lobotomy Corp facility. This is not a branch. We are at a Lobotomy Corp headquarters of the past. Its point in time and the branch of possibility uncertain. Welcome! In the first game for a little bit. So this is the Broken Wing. Indeed, we find ourselves at a control team hallway of the former L Corp headquarters. I could sense the rising apprehension among the sinners. So this is where it happened. I don't remember it since it happened before my amnesia, but everyone in the city knows about that incident. The source of the blinding light that enveloped the city for days, which then sunk everyone into utter darkness for the next. But Faust appears unaffected by the general air of anxiety of those around her. Instead, she continues to look off into the distance, away from the sinners. Maybe it's because she doesn't care. Or maybe what she already knows doesn't faze her. Are you waiting for something, Faust? I am. There's more to this volatility than the volatility phenomena we have experienced in the past. You certainly understood everything what Faust said. Ah. Soon it will. Before Faust finished, the lights of the corridor suddenly switched colors. It has begun. What treachery is this? Is this what they call site burial? A different siren would play if an event of a magnitude requiring that level of response had occurred. Then what the hell is this? I'm really not liking the look of that red light. They're here, ahead. I followed the tip of Faust's finger, which pointed toward the same direction she'd been looking at this entire time. Steam of unknown origin began to coalesce there. Is that a machine? This is the doubt event! This is the doubt event! And a bizarre machine of sorts appeared there. This is an ordeal. Color, green. Time, dawn. All units! Don't need it to spell it out for us. That menacing pile of scraps coming this way. Everyone seemed to know that something like this was going to happen. They prepared for battle, warily eyeing the mysterious machine. Is that an abnormality too? No, wait. It feels more like a Pikachu? I instinctively blurted out the immediate sense it gave off and looked at Faust. Highlight, sweetheart, love you. I looked at Faust. She'll know what to say. Instead of giving me an answer, however, Faust brandished his Y-hander and stepped forward. Welcome home, sweetheart. You must first suppress the entities. Dante, prepare the identity cards.
오늘도
우와!
즐거웠네. 그렇지?
7 kills in one hit
좀
incident.
확인해볼게.
Yeah, that was
소리가 잘
fun.
들리지 않아서.
피워보지.
Come on. Yeah!
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
날 뛰어보라고.
실제로 계속 나아가. 방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
일발장전.
I freaking love Mutilate. Mutilate is so good. Frick. Well, we're not getting the max, but hey.
아까의 공격으로 인해서
I'm not worried about
대상이
getting the max amount this time.
적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지.
It's fine. I already got all the stuff when this event was going on. It's fine.
탈출 개체 확인.
Ah, frick. But you're at 10 SP. Why? Max?
했던 공격이 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은
Okay,
더
sweetheart.
잘할 수 있도록.
날 뛰어보라고.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이
Oh, oh.
충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Bwah! Ah! I love it so much. Ah!
우리가 우세를 점령했어. 하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어?
Time to show how my Mass Attack team became so Mass Attacky. Yeah! Go, shooters, go!
와, 방금 너무 근사한 이격이었는데? 관리자님에게 우수한 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
제압 완료.
I'm not being too strategic about this because, like, I've already done this.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
This is just a get to the end event. It's fine. Resting for a bit. Hi, resting for a bit. I'm
씹는
Clown.
맛이 있는데?
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
깡총!
Wow! Wow!
너무 쉽군요.
Wow!
준비했습니다.
Wow!
봤어요?
Wow! Wow!
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Time limit reached. Eventually, we managed to reduce the machines to a pile of scrap metal. Frau Faust. There's gotta be a good reason we decided to stand our ground and fight instead of shutting the door on them, right? Yes, we stand to gain more reward by defeating them than by fleeing. Reward? Gregory repeated, clearly expecting her to elaborate, but Faust ignored his gesture and instead began to observe the walls and items around her. What were the nature of these entities? Yixing stood next to Faust and began to muse alongside her. They are entities that used to appear in Lobotomy Corp headquarters, entities similar to yet different from the abnormalities. Lobotomy Corp headquarters used to call them ordeals. Ordeals. I see. Then was this corridor, which is evidently not a containment unit, also utilized to contain certain entities as well? These monsters have a tendency to spontaneously appear during certain periods. Monsters? Like monsters of the outskirts? I suppose that is one way of looking at it. However, that comparison may grow increasingly inaccurate as we delve further into the technicalities. All I can share with you is that you will eventually come to know more of it, Dante. Like the nocturnal march of 100 demons. I like it. Oh, Dante, there's something I must inform you. Yeah? There is a high chance of these ordeals or encounters of similar intensity appearing from these volatilities. Hi, Rackley. We just quickly covered the, what the event was. That was like, Project Blue was like, hey, look, we're pulling a reference to the Lobotomy Corporation. It was a fun event. Hi! I recommend challenging every occurrence of these encounters. So she says, guys. I really don't like this lighting. Aha! I welcome thy proposition! Just two birds with one stone, indeed. We may find entertainment as we train ourselves to be better. Except for Faust and Yixing, who were quietly exchanging their observations, each center began rowdily sharing their impressions. Well, I guess that's a more reasonable proposition than let's just doze off in the bus until we find land. Hopefully Faust and Yixing will one day find the time to explain their findings to me. I do have a request. I'm gonna try to push through as much as I can. I want this to be a full stream, but in order for that to happen, if there's anybody in my Discord who has the if any of you have the performer role, you could jump into my Discord chat and just please read some of these lines with me. It would be helpful. Anywho, back to it. Right, we had to get moving. I approached the sinners to get us going. Hi, Wackley.
Hello.
So, Wackley,
Yes.
are you ready for samurai movie?
탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다.
I suppose so.
사랑하는 사람일지라도.
Yay. Okay, but hang on. No, it's not yet. It's first there's another in-between chapter and then it's samurai time.
Ah.
I'm sorry, Wackley.
All right. Fine. Bye.
Ah! It's a short one. It's a short one. The samurai stuff is the long one. Well, longer. It's not a full chapter. Warning, warning, land ahoy. Charon.
Charon.
Ah,
Do you want me to do the narrator, or do you want to do it?
you can do the narrator. I'll do Dante.
Okay. Charon, who had been quietly holding the helm for a while, suddenly spoke up. As if on cue, everyone in the cabin simultaneously jumped up from their seats. The crew's joy at the end of this long journey was palpable.
Highlight. Finally, is it over?
Well,
Aye.
My eyes well with tears of relief.
That's okay.
Is that not a male character? Are there
That
any
is
male
that is a male
characters?
character. That is a male character.
Okay.
are you sure it doesn't look like a male character?
I mean, this guy speaks with a little breathiness like Yising does. Gregor is like a war veteran, and also Gregor Samsa from Metamorphosis.
If they ever let us go on a vacation, remind me to include any seafaring options. I think I've had enough of the Great Lake for one lifetime. Some sinners began to visibly relax with the realization that the long lake voyage had finally come to an end. Others rushed to the windows as if they were expecting anything to have changed while we were away from the shores.
You guys are being so overdramatic. Back in my sailor days, setting sail in the Great Lake meant that you'd have to spend this. Oh, Wackley, you're gonna love this guy. This guy has voice of like British ruffian.
At least 3 years of the treacherous sea, out of any landsman's sight. Right, I think I've heard that exact sentence a few times by now. So...
Agreed. You have made your point, Ishmael. I found it difficult to tolerate when you began sharing that story for the 4th time. You guys were the ones who complained that no one had any fun stories to tell.
Just as we were exchanging a few meaningless jabs at each other...
Oh yeah.
Mephistopheles suddenly jerked violently as though something had exploded. Of course, we were all promptly thrown about the bus boat like ragdolls.
Is everyone okay? Tick tock, tick tock.
Can this bloody bus come to a smooth stop for once? Wait,
On the boat.
bus? Heathcliff was right. I took a quick look around and realized that the cabins had transformed back to the shape of the bus we'd grown so used to.
Oh. Charon, hit the transform button. Click, clack. Charon, can you give us a warning for once? At least a turn signal or something, please.
Yeah, Charon, please.
Bus boat don't have turn signals. Too bad, bug guy. thought there was going to be some complicated procedure to transform it back to a bus. I guess it just happens with the click of a button, huh? Okay, who wants to do Sinclair's voice?
Go for it, Light.
Who's Sinclair?
Sinclair's the person on screen right now.
I got green beans in my mouth.
Oh! Sinclair, I think, is like the child who's like, it's just a little bit nervous. Who has a murderous look.
Oh, wow. That's hard to play. I thought we'd have to stop by a workshop or boat works office again.
One of many functions of Mephistopheles is that it can remember every form or property it once possessed. Therefore, it follows that once it takes a certain form, it can revert to it or any of its previous forms at any time.
I see.
This is Rich Kid. Rich Kid with a breathy voice.
Anyways, we're finally back on land. Aren't you glad, Heathcliff? You've been looking so forward to this.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Oh. Heathcliff's face lit up for a brief second before a vortex of complicated feelings overcame him. Oi! Vroom vroom, lass! Who we at? T-Core? Heathcliff was talking to Charon, but she did not reply. Maybe it was because he didn't call her by her name. Or maybe it was that she didn't really know where we were either. She always drives wherever her whims take her, after all. Which voice did I use for Yisang?
If I remember correctly, Yisang's usual voice is like, he's an academic, but he's slightly depressed, so he's just like, this monochromatic gray hue. And he's a little bit of a poet as well.
This monochromatic gray hue is reminiscent of that place indeed. Yet, there is a disparity. Yeah. I suppose it was a different monochromatic hue than whatever this is. T-Core, District 20. I've never been there myself, but I've tangentially experienced it by Yisang's fathoms of ego.
Yeah, Yisang went through some traumatic experiences here.
Yeah. That place was supposed to take our colors away, wasn't it?
Those memories were sepia-hued. And guess what? That sepia hue was diegetic. It's so horrifying. Oh, who wants to be Virgilius? He's the one who goes and like this.
I can't do that deeper voice.
Okay.
Have some patience, Heathcliff. We are still in the back streets. We are getting quite close to the place you know so well, aren't we?
You need to do more gravelly, right? Like
I can't do low and gravelly. You're lucky you're getting anything out of me. I am a tenor. I am not a bass.
I am a tenor as well. Well,
I'm a saxophone.
I have no idea where I am on the singing spectrum now. I will do Virgilius then.
And I will be back. I must go and fetch my food.
Okay. We are getting quite close to the place you know so well, aren't we? Virgilius, you had no reason to put the
Where's our heart?
Where's our heart? Thank you for dropping in. I was gonna do this entire stream and I'm like, blah. Thank you. I already had 2 cups of tea. I don't want to use up anymore. I'm saving them for the rest of the morning.
I just drink regular green tea.
I have lemon tea as well. Verkelius, you had no reason to provoke him like that. Is there a reason we're going through the back streets instead of heading straight to the nest? Huh? You're right. Why are we going through the back streets anyway? I am curious as well. The back streets roads are rife with danger and winding roundabout paths. This carries an unnecessary risk, does it not? I would, yeah, nope, not this. I'll let Rackley do this one.
Okay. I'm almost finished eating.
Huh. Hi, finish eating, I'm Clown. Wow.
I thought you were already on chapter 6 or 7 or something.
This is 1, 2, 3. If 3 was Sinclair, 4 was you saying, 5 was Ishmael. Yeah. We're heading into chapter 6. We were on chapter 5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I know that because the first chapter was Gregor, the second chapter was Rodion, the third chapter was Sinclair, the fourth chapter was Yiseng, the fifth chapter was Ishmael, and the sixth chapter, in case it hasn't been made obvious, just to make sure like people are paying attention. Oh no! Pop quiz! Ah! Hey chat, who's the main subject of chapter 6?
I was gonna ask that question earlier, or well, who was narrating, because apparently it says I, and I'm like, who's I? Because I have no idea.
But Ryan put it correct. Rackley is doing Dante's internal voice and I'm doing Dante's external voice. Dante is the narrator.
Oh.
Let's see, chapter 5 was the last one we did. That was the Ishmael.
That was the boat, the Captain Ahab.
That was the Captain Ahab, yeah. We are heading into Heathcliff.
Okay. I was gonna say, wait, who is the, what happened with Santa Claus?
What?
What happened with Santa Claus?
Oh, we killed Santa.
Okay. I was getting food at the time. But
Santa is dead.
Uh-huh.
I still find that chapter so hilarious. It's like, chapter 5 got so serious. Just like, oh.
Uh-huh.
And then the first in-between chapter is freaking, we need to go murder gnomes who squeak. And
What?
we need to assassinate Santa. And I'm like,
Beg your pardon?
oh, yeah.
Sanata Ana?
Yeah, we did the Christmas chapter where we attacked a bunch of gnomes and gnomes who are harvest humans, by the way. And the final boss of that particular mini chapter was the Northern Giant Santata.
Aha.
And so, like, they used, like, human parts to make, flesh toys to give to monsters who don't like humans.
Okay, then.
Out of the goodness of their hearts.
That sounds like normal. Oh, you see some of these little heathens
Come again?
around here?
And
You
all the
see-
gnomes squeak. Every time they move around, they go squeak! And it's like, oh my gosh. Ah! It was silly.
Okie dokie, then.
I mean, okay, it's not silly if you focus too much on the flesh toys. But we murdered we murdered Santata. He was doing that, so it's good. And all the monster children will forever be sad.
Hurrah!
Anyways, Mersault is the one who's like stoic. I think of him as even voice, matter-of-factly, like deep ish.
I would also like to highlight that the immigration process is significantly more lenient when one is migrating from a nest to a nest than it is when migrating from the back streets to a nest territory.
Ishmael's question to Virgilius had opened a whole new floodgate of questions from other sinners.
Looks like you have all
Oh, yeah,
grown
you were
rather
doing this.
chatty since we first met. You must know that it won't change how I choose to answer your questions. Ask me all you want, but I will not spare the time to give you a comprehensible explanation for your convenience. What's wrong with asking for some explanations if we're being led through a questionable path? It is your job as our guide to tell us where to go, isn't it? Don't tell me that we haven't been authorized to enter T-Corp's nest yet. And here I thought Limbus Company was a proper business. Sure, it's relatively new, but I thought we had a rather substantial backing. We can receive proper authorization to enter most nests should we request it. Then why? It's the company's will.
Virgilius silenced the entire hubbub on the bus with a short but low growl.
My job as your guide is to plan a path towards the destination as requested by the company. Selecting this path was also a part of accommodating that request. So, please, know your place and shut your mouth.
Oh,
Perhaps the commotion was getting to him. I could tell that Virgilius was rubbing his ear out of frustration.
Yeah, he's a scary dude.
his eyes change colors too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's where his moniker, the Red Gaze, comes from.
Oh.
Which marks him as a color fixer. Which is horrifying.
I still like her face.
Well, if that's the case, while doubt was still apparent on Ishmael's face, she nodded affirmatively. She was acknowledging that there was little we could do about the orders from the company itself. Alarms? Huh, that alarm again. Is someone listening in on us or something? That one was conveniently timed alarm, don't you think? That is unlikely. Dante. Like always, Faust looked into the bus's terminal before giving me a look that I've come to recognize. Yep, another volatility to take care of, huh? Yes, it is. Another one? Did we just wrap up a backdoor volatility? Oh.
Oh, I think I know what this is. First were the mirror dungeons and the Luxcavation dungeons. So it's gotta be.
Faust considers Eric Gregor's growing aptitude for deductions to be a positive development.
It's the refraction railway, isn't it?
I like how in universe, like, this is the mini chapter that happened to say, like, hey, the special, like, boss rush challenge dungeon is up again. And then in universe, they just diegetically acknowledge it, and there's like, ugh, again?
Ah, shit. The bus soon fills with the sinner's exasperated sighs.
Sort it! It's that bloody subway tracks again.
Aw, railways really wear me out every time we enter.
It's me, right?
Yeah.
Well, since the last one was called Lane 2, is this gonna be Lane 3?
That is likely, yes. Though we cannot say for certain before observing it for ourselves. Dante. I know.
Going through the refraction railways takes a lot out of me, too. So far, each refraction railway has had new and different patterns, and enemies we faced in there were all much more powerful than any other enemies we'd faced before. But it's also true that I see a noticeable improvement in most sinners' combat prowess once we've had a run through the railway. Not to mention the copious amount of rewards.
Yeah, it's fair.
I don't remember exactly when it was, but Faust once took the time to explain the railway's abnormalities to me. That the abnormalities we battle in the railways are probably not the same ones that exist in the world we live in. So, it's not like we'll be able to capture them and bring them back, but they're perfect for practice just in case we run into their real versions. Well, whichever is the case, going through the railway will be a net positive for us. Player, this is the grind spot. Play the grind spot.
Yep, let's get going then.
I took a quick glance at the sinners, then opened the door to the back door.
The door to the back door. There's a door
Open
to
the door to the back door.
To the side door, to the barn door.
That door is made out of gold.
So, I just gotta quickly bring over and reference what the refraction railway was last time. I got 117 in it. I don't want to enter it. I just want to see the logs or something. Nope, that's the... can I see the... Nope. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. This was hard. The last little bit of it was facing off against Ahab again. And that was misery.
Oh, lovely.
Freaking Captain Ahab's fight in the refraction railway was horrendous. It was so hard. Anyway, this is just time.
So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the District 20 back streets?
That's a song. I know it's a song.
And you can see the colors are beginning to get sapped away.
So we're finally here, eh?
Performing for you, if you know. Heathcliff looked out the rattling bus window with a dour expression. Though it wasn't raining, the world outside was gray and opaque like an overcast sky. Black, pungent clouds of smoke had long devoured the atmosphere. So this is the kind of place Heathcliff used to roam. Right, which voice did I do for Yiseng again?
He's a depressed poet academic.
Right. The color remains gray this deep into the heart of the back streets. I recall with quite the certitude that the T-Core I arrived at after my departure from S-Core was sepia-hued.
This phenomenon can be explained by the fact that the technology used to drain our saturation is situated at the center of T-Corp. It has been reported that such variations in hue may occur in areas further away from its sphere of influence.
Ah, I understand. Then
No idea.
two other sinners immediately jumped in on the conversation to direct it away from whichever obscure subject Yi Sang and Faust were about to steer it into.
Oh, right. I have something to ask you guys.
Bad time to take a mouthful? Oh, yeah, me too.
What? I mean, yeah, that's, yeah, the buildings around here look a little different from where you saying used to live, so I'm just wondering if there's anything up with that.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was about to ask.
These two are like, don't let the nerds talk, don't let the nerds talk, don't let the nerds talk.
Colonel, I've got a bad feeling about this. It's been a while since we started on this journey together. I was starting to grow more comfortable with the sinners. Maybe that's why I found Gregor and Rodia's valiant effort to keep this conversation remotely comprehensible to most occupants of the bus pretty amusing.
Don't let the nerds talk.
Allow me to elaborate then. My Pokemon are at full health now. To discuss this subject, we must first... And Yi Sang, unknowingly shooting down their effort by jumping onto another complicated discussion, was another sight I've become familiar with.
Derail the nerd onto something not as complicated.
Nerd derails onto other nerdy shit! While I was curious about the technology T-Core uses to drain our color, and about the behind-the-scenes of T-Core's operations, it wasn't something that could be answered now. I decided to table that discussion for later.
You're saying something, Mike?
No, kind of, no. I'm okay.
Okies.
Instead, I approached Heathcliff. He was sitting on his lonesome, clearly deep in thought. Ah, Clockhead!
Still racking your head about what to wear to Wuthering Heights?
What? No. Nothing like that. Heathcliff protested, jumping up from his seat. Looks like I hit the nail right on the head. Fine, I was. A little bit. But I was mostly reminiscing about the past. I do remember hearing that Heathcliff used to live in the back streets. A part of some syndicate, if I recall correctly. Vergilius did say that we were going through the back streets instead of going straight to the T-Core nest for a reason. And that it was because of the company's orders.
Maybe there's something for us to do here? Heathcliff did spend some time in the T-Core back streets after all. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Maybe we'll run into a golden bow here. No chance. If the golden bow was as common as any other twig in some back streets, why'd we be doing any of this globe-trotting waste of time? True, I guess. You're just like ticking.
Besides, Wuthering Heights is quite the matter in more ways than one.
You won't find it anywhere near some run-down back streets like this. There's a chasm of wealth between these poor alleyway sods and them. After all, they've sent me an invitation. Quite obvious that we'll find our golden bough in that manor, in it? Or at least somewhere in the same nest.
Mummies. Correct. We will eventually travel the T-Corp's nearest.
Heathcliff continued to speak in a low voice. The hubbub from outside the bus seemed to blend with his words, turning into a mass of murmurs. There was a sort of commotion outside.
Before we talk about wherever our eventual destination is, we'll have to clear the road of some blockage.
Oh. Your intuition is half right, Heathcliff.
Heathcliff, who was muttering to himself in an uncharacteristic daze, jolted awake.
Oh yeah. What's wrong with you and the vroom vroom lass? Neither of you ever do anything with a proper forewarning.
I simply did not see the necessity of warning you. Anyway, those outside the bus are our targets. Targets? Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom.
Perfect. I believe that he means to say that they must be eliminated.
I feel compelled to let you know that that is not the only implication of the word target. Though I am yet to be informed of the precise details of this mission, that is. Regardless, you are to make contact with the target among them. Okay, Snake.
As a guide, he's pretty bad.
Be sure to visit all the discount bins.
Find the target, then extract the necessary intel. Is this clear enough for you, manager? How are we supposed to find this target if you're not even going to tell us who it is?
Murder indiscriminately.
Dante asks if there are any identifying characteristics to this target. I'm sure you'll find out when you get there. You are asking me questions I have no answers to. Dante, don't waste your time. Well, off the bus, all.
I was somewhat wary of the way Virgilius answered me. But even in murky situations like these, we've always managed to pull through anyway.
Break the targets!
Break the doors!
I'm sure things will get a little clearer once we get there. I slowly disembarked the bus with the rest of the sinners.
Yay! Pre-battle and a post-battle. Yay!
Oh my goodness.
Who wants this one?
Take it, Light.
What did it say? Hold on. That one's headed your way, Aniki.
Don't worry about me, I'll handle him. Try not to get yourself killed, you got that?
What a mess.
We walked out of the bus and right into what appeared to be a battlefield of a violent gang war. Black cloaks flutter under the gray sky and bloodthirsty blades clash violently. The bus had stopped not even 30 paces away from the thick of the battle.
Who's ready for, Samurai Blade battle chapter?
I mean, if the boss was going to park this close, it should just be the vehicular manslaughter chapter. Get it over with.
They're the Kurokumo clan.
Kurokumo clan. I've heard of them before. I'm sure we had some identities from that syndicate. Some identity cards said Wakashu, too.
I have a specific team set up for this, by the way.
They're a pretty large subsidiary of an even larger syndicate called the Thumb. I think the identities wore outfits similar to the ones they're wearing here.
I think you're right. But who are they fighting?
It's gonna be a strife.
Heathcliff replied in a monotone voice like he was reading from an encyclopedia.
It ain't a rare sight to see syndicates fighting one another in the back streets.
Damn.
Must be something about street tax or other trivial turf dispute.
Leeches! Blood-sucking curs seeking to oppress and exploit the weak with violence. Fie! There's nary a place these scum do not infest.
It ain't anything new, lass. Most syndicates are like that. Only difference between them is how far they're willing to go. Like, right, there he is. Looks like that one over there. The one walking right at us. Alarmingly right toward us directly.
Heathcliff raised his bat and pointed it at the approaching man.
No good will come from this.
He wore the same outfit as the other Kurokumo clan members.
Who wants this? Hey, lower your weapon. Let's not do anything rash. No need to escalate this further, is there?
Aldous stepped in to warn Heathcliff, but he did not budge. He remained motionless, the bat still raised and pointing threateningly at the approaching man.
Won't matter what we do here. It's a foregone conclusion.
We're going to have to fight him?
Right on, lad. They're in the middle of a strife. They'll be real sensitive about making it clear that this is their turf. What better way to do it than forcing some unwitting travelers to pay the toll for the road?
The Kurokumo clan henchman strutted before us like he owned the place.
Just as I begin to wonder about how dumb you could possibly be, you show your shrewd detective side. Gotta say, it's a real mystery.
Ishmael muttered at Heathcliff, who was shrugging at us with an expression that clearly said, "I told you so."
Ah! $500,000. Is your voice okay, Wackerly?
It can't take too much more of this.
Okay. Like, I'm the one who's sick.
Not for long.
Did you hear
Apparently,
that,
I'm joining the Voice is Fucked crew.
Did you hear that, Dante? This is totally a highway robbery. It kind of is, isn't it?
It is. It's the revenues on the highway.
Well, it didn't really matter how much they were asking for. I wasn't going to negotiate with them anyway. God damn it. Ishmael turned and looked quietly in my direction. I nodded back, hoping that she would talk for a little bit.
Halt! There! In that field of battle! Don
Quixote pointed at something.
There lies a wounded dame. We must make haste and rescue her. Thou wouldst agree, no?
Just as Don Quixote said, I could catch a glimpse of someone bleeding out on the ground through the chaos of clashing blades and black cloaks.
Oi! What I say about this justice rubbish? This is a syndicate turf war, yeah? No one's more or less honorable than the other. Agreed. It is no complicated mathematics to expect unnecessary allied casualties in this effort should we involve ourselves in this conflict.
Alas, I do not wish to leave her behind so undefended.
I guess it's an improvement. In the early days of our ventures, we would have been dragged into this conflict 5 minutes ago thanks to Don Quixote's recklessly valiant rescue attempt.
Yep.
I suppose she's learned her lessons by trials of fire. She was starting to show restraint for once. She's come a long way of sitting there and doing nothing for once, just relax. But it's a bit different this time.
Okay, so I do think that we have to help that woman, but...
What?
Manager? I didn't think that this was what that nod was about. No, I'm not saying that we should get involved because it's the right thing to do or anything like that.
If Vergilius was telling us the truth earlier, there's a chance that we were purposefully made to drive right through this strife. Which means that there must be something here they're expecting us to find. They always put us in danger's way for a reason, after all.
I just have a feeling that the wounded woman might have something to tell us. Maybe an intel of some kind. And if it turns out that we were supposed to get that intel from the Kumo clan and not that woman, then I suppose we'll have to beat it out of them. Oh-ho. Marvelous executive manager, Autis. I, Autis, am actually awestruck by your genius.
Actually? What, is she implying that her usual flattery is phony?
The brown noser is revealed. And that reason his panties says function.
My panty senses are tingling.
You don't have to do the voice properly.
I'll do one more line with it,
Okay.
because I don't know if Fox has heard it yet.
Okay.
Your dear old Uncle Wackerly is a moron. Sometimes, yes.
Oh boy.
It's a samurai chapter! Yay! Turf war between Blade Lineage and Kurokumo Clan. Oh!
I could practically hear our negotiations, not that I was about to negotiate, falling apart as the man drew his blade.
A rational deliberation followed by a sensible decision. I will return my appreciation for your magnificent leadership with a flawless victory. All units, prepare for battle.
Santoad is so much fun to do, but goddamn, does it take it out of me?
Yep. Blah, blah. Okay, we're not gonna use the overpowered. We are gonna use the Slash team. Because the Slash team has Blade Lineage. Blade Lineage Yiseng, Blade Lineage Faust, Blade Lineage Don Quixote, Kurokumo Clan, Rodion, Blade Lineage.
I have some concerns.
There is a pattern to this particular team, and that's they were made specifically for this chapter.
I have concerns.
이 검이 필요하오.
The hell was that?
And everything is that slightly grayed out of old film,
Nor?
which is diegetic, granted. But also, this is a samurai film. Like, this is a samurai film chapter.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Ah.
Oh.
Everything alright?
That's right, maybe.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Swords, swords, and more swords. All the swords. Ah.
적확한 한압이
Oh! Oh! Ah! I found the sword! You found the swords!
Did you find a magical sword? Did you have enough parts for the magical sword?
Yeah, but I had to eat some from the monsters around.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Function's just like,
Function recognizes what I did.
좋다. 좋아. 계속
Did you
집중하자.
get the pendant?
I did not recognize what you did, so yeah.
남자오.
We did a multi-world, and that was Function's reaction to finally getting the fighter sword.
Yay!
I know exactly what Wackerly did. Yes, I know.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
You're like over an hour in. Oof.
Yes.
I have no idea what's going on. All I see is flashes and little thing going ching 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 ching.
Ding 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 ding. Blah 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 blah. I got a little distracted.
Aha!
흉터의 결과요.
Blah 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 blah. I shouldn't do a lot of that.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You needed a highfalutin sword, and they wouldn't give it to you. Ah.
We wanted a stick.
Ah. I also love how the game gave like a diegetic reason for everything to have an old-timey film look.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Like, the implications are horrifying. Don't get me wrong. But my gosh.
다소 유리하군. 꾸려.
아름다운 것.
Ah, boink. Ah! And all the flashy swordsmanship. The wah! Habwa! Haba!
흉터의 결과요.
The
And
super.
this is the music I put in the background for my own entertainment.
Hang on, I want to listen to this.
갈갈이 베어버렸어. 키보다 정신이 맑을
Let's
때도
see. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, that works. That works very well. It's time to forget everything. Oh no. Blah, blah. Hey, Light, you or me for Ryoshu?
What? Oh? Huh? Oh?
I'll do Ryoshu.
What? I'm confused. I'm so confused.
S.A.D. All bark, no bite. Truly a disappointment.
Reminds me of the girl from One Punch.
A little bit. While the rest of the sinners were slowly recovering from the excitement of battle, Don Quixote did not waste a second before bolting forth to the woman's side.
She's been given permission. She's like, aha, ha, 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 I can be valiant hero. I can be valiant hero. Ah.
So much for that restraint.
Hark, art thou? I must check thy pulse. Honglu. Rich kid.
Ah, thank you. Oh, you can check her pulse through her forehead. Didn't know that was possible.
Mm-hmm. The lady lives.
So this lass has the intel we need.
A lot of blood. I don't think she's alive.
She's alive.
The sinners, one by one, began to gather around the woman. She was dressed in an all-black garb like the Kurokuma clan members, but her weapon and her outfit were unmistakably distinct.
Blade lineage, huh?
I looked around at the defeated Kurokuma clan members, then back at her. The difference became even more apparent. Don Quixote slowly and tragically shook her head after checking the pulse on others.
Executive Manager, I have questioned some Kurokuma clan members during the battle, but no notable intelligence has been gained. So it's just her then. I hope my gut feelings prove me right. The lady does appear to be the sole survivor. We must move her to the bus and administer first aid post-haste. What dost thou say to that? Yeah, don't see any other way.
We don't carry a first aid kit with us, and I can't turn the clock to heal her. So...
Mersault, do you mind carrying her back to the bus? Gruff stoic, dude.
Lurch from Brighton Family.
I do not.
Thus, we made our way back to the bus, Mersault carrying the dying Blade lineage member.
I see. That you've hauled in another baggage.
Just punch this guy in the face.
Vergilius didn't seem very happy about this.
If you want to live, don't punch Vergilius in the face. Manager. Since when did bringing in unauthorized, unverified guests into our bus becomes such an acceptable practice. We had no choice. We have to save her first if we're going to get any answers out of her. Dante explains that this individual will be of no use to us deceased. If she carries the intel we need, then we must first ensure that she survives. On that, Faust agrees with Dante's decision. What's done is done. However, do be mindful of bringing in strangers onto this bus from now on, Dante.
I had a feeling that Vergilius had much more to say than that, but he simply sighed and dropped the subject.
Well, I believe that Badger Esquire hath made a decision most just. Thanks.
Just as I was starting to dread that this bus was doomed to be eternally uncomfortable, Yi Sang emerged from the back door with good news. I've done what I can. Now. And before he even finished his sentence,
Yep.
the woman was awake.
That looks like the one from Demon Slayer, the little sister.
Right? There we go. TB. Rich kid.
Oh, is this Rich Kid?
This is Rich kid.
Looks different.
You need some notes, I think.
Welcome to the bus. And we are...
I can't say that.
Anodachi.
Anodachi. Ah,
The blood lineage woman sprang from her prone position, grabbing the sword next to her. She held the grip of her blade, ready to draw it at any moment.
identify yourselves. Are you with the Kuma Kuma clan?
No.
So where? Then why does that woman wield an Owadashi?
She will not listen. We should kill her. Ryoshu!
That was a train.
Yeah. She pisses me off for 2 reasons. 1, she refused to listen, making this conversation longer than it needed to be. 2, she dared to compare their scrap metals to my blade. Is there any reason for me not to proceed with her OOF clock? For those of you who weren't there when she first started saying OOF, that stands for obliteration of forehead. Oh.
And she calls Dante Clock, apparently, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, there is. She can't tell us anything if she's dead.
Ryoshu often shows bursts of emotion in the most unexpected times, but at least she listens when I ask her to, which is a relief.
Yay.
I suppose your blade isn't exactly like theirs. The uniform is certainly different. And you, who might you be? You certainly wear a rather loud timepiece. Are you unable to communicate otherwise?
They are our manager. Their vocalizations will not reach your ears.
I recognize the scent of your voice carries. It's familiar.
The scent of your voice.
What did I say? I don't even know what I said.
Yeah, that is.
No,
that.
you read it right.
Yeah.
That didn't sound right. My brain had a stop moment. What did I just say?
The scent your voice
That
carries.
That would be the garlic that I had this morning. Just raw garlic. Even in the districts that I have resided in, I have not met fellows who speak as I do.
Speak as you do, indeed. Yet I sense familiarity in your choice of verbiage. You must be from District 19, Escorp, are you?
Though I have fled, that is where I hail from.
I see. So you have left your home behind. My compatriots oft share the same fate as we do.
Perhaps meeting someone from the same district helped. The woman visibly relaxed before slumping down on a nearby chair. Her breathing was labored. My name is Yi Sang. I have operated on the wounds you have suffered.
What a way to phrase that. I have operated on the wounds you have suffered.
Uh-huh.
It's like, okay.
Ah, I have acted with such rudeness despite your kindness. Please accept my apologies. Okay, I can't say that either.
Let's just say Angdu.
Call me Engdu. I can't say that word either. What? I can't speak words. I don't know these words.
Salsu.
I am a Salsu from the lineage that deals in blades.
Oh, Dante, maybe you can leave talking to Yi Sang this time. Looks like we can sit back and let him handle this. And I can rest my voice.
I nodded, replying quickly to Rodia's whispers.
If you are from District 9 Escorp territory, then you must be aware of who we are.
I am somewhat aware, though I am far from acquainted with tales from the streets. I have heard that the Blade lineage is bound to no master, no land. Yet whence do you flee?
It is a tale far too long to be shared in full. All I may divulge is that we have no choice but to seek a territory for us to thrive in.
Perhaps there is aught that we could do to assist. Should you deign to impart us the particulars of your pursuers. Angdu shot a sweeping glance at all of us. Her eyes appeared heavy with crushing exhaustion.
If you and your fellows are skilled enough to defeat this group of foes, then you all must be quite capable. Kurokumo clan has put a bounty on our heads. Our mentor, my followers, all of us.
Hold on. This ain't just any other strife then. That sounds more personal than your usual turf war.
As it has been, District 19 is fraught with corruption and disturbances to the lives of the public. There is very little that us men and women of the Blade who seek not else but train and walk the path of martial arts can do to change the wing as it is known as what in the world, or escort.
Salpapio Agro Industries.
I can't say that. Escort. It's escort. That's all it's going to be.
It is escort.
As the old saying goes, what other choice does a monk who adores his temple have to but leave it behind? Thus we have departed from our home.
So the people of Escor suffer still.
We had departed in search of a new home, yet it was not an easy journey. Most territories have already been made home by others. In order for us to settle, conflict was unavoidable. In the midst of those conflicts, I have the memory of our mentor bringing us an invitation to enter a library of sorts.
This is a reference to a previous game.
Vergilius, who had been sitting quietly with one leg over the other on a chair far, visibly reacted. I think I remember that the word library always got a genuine reaction out of Vergilius. You have the memory. Quite an odd way to phrase your own recollections.
We arrived at the library hoping to escape the Kurokuma clan's clutches. But all we had done was lead ourselves into just another field of battle. We were handily defeated. Then, all of a sudden, we found ourselves stranded in the back streets of Seacourt. Upon our waking, the bizarreness of such an experience can only be described by an expression just as odd. Mentor Bamboo. Hatsit Kim.
Her eyes suddenly widened mid-sentence. Angdu leapt from her seat.
I believe that our mentor remains there still. We must make haste to Yongjin Building.
Be not so hasty. Such wild movements may tear the wounds.
Yeah.
Huh? What the heck? Is she dead? It is no surprise that a sudden rise in blood pressure in lieu of blood supply would cause one to faint. She has merely lost her consciousness. Phew. You were right, manager. She did have some useful intel for us. Yongjin Building. I suppose we have some business there then. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I don't know what this has to do with our mission, if any.
Or maybe it's that library we should.
Danger, danger. Bunch of people in Mephi's way, swinging swords around, black clothes. Passengers move out. Protect Mephi. Executive manager. They appear to be Kurokumo clan's reinforcements. Well, what can we do?
We'll have to think about this later. For now, let's take care of the reinforcements.
I'm gonna skip this battle because it's basically the same as the last one.
You can skip a battle?
Oh yeah, I just don't fight it. I've already gone through this in my own time.
Okay.
I mean, we're almost caught up to where I am, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay.
We returned to the bus after dispatching the Kurokumo clan members that attacked the bus unceremoniously.
Anticlimactically.
Only to be greeted by an unfamiliar face. There was a young woman sitting in the frontmost seat of our bus.
Interesting. Guide. I believe that we've both made it quite clear that no guests are to board the bus without prior consultation. That decision was not even an hour ago, in fact. Yes, we did. No outsiders, to be exact. Isn't it clear as day as to who she is?
Clear. Funny.
I noticed that she was wearing a familiar uniform with the logo Clear emblazoned on her chest.
The chest, get the chest.
Are you from the LCCB? Limbus Company Clearance before team. Who wants to handle this?
It's the female voice, LCCA, the after team, Manager Clock.
Right. I could see that she was wearing a red emblem on her shoulder.
Huh? Wait. Can she hear what you're saying?
No. I do not have the talented TikTok interpretation, either. It was pretty easy to tell what blank, stupid look they were giving me.
It's the clock. Yes, the blank, stupid look of the clock.
Well, the clock has a face.
Don't you even have the common decency to mince your...
Ishmael scowled, about to tell the woman off, until she coughed and collected herself. Maybe she suddenly recalled her old attitude.
I am Team Leader Kanan. Limbus Company clearance after team. Operations Unit 2.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone from the after team in person.
Of course not. All that them loats do is sweeping in to pick up the spoils after we've done all the hard work.
Let me set something straight. Backstreet smut.
What?
The after team is charged with cleaning up the mess you ungrateful waste of lives leave behind. Sweeping in to pick up the spoils? No. We do the very difficult work of sweeping your stinking shit under the rug.
Waste of lives? Is that how you guys see us?
Oh, that's not all. Waste of lives, bumper cars, the most expensive bus in the world, meat shields, maniacs with more luck than they deserve, and then some. Doesn't seem like the most relevant conversation topic for now, though.
The after team does not like the bus team.
You little. You better change your tone. Now.
If you give me one reason to, then I will. Unfortunately, it is my personal philosophy to be stubbornly set in my ways unless given a good reason to change.
Well, at least they admit it.
I personally go and try my hardest to be stubbornly set in my ways until someone gives me a good reason.
It's your job to collect the golden bowls no matter what, but I'm having a lot of trouble scrounging up even an ounce of respect for a group of Hammersmith idiots who don't give a damn about people who have to clean up after them.
That's enough, Team Leader Kaiman.
Very well. I wasn't sent here to reprimand them.
Could have fooled me.
I'll reprimand your ass in a minute.
I'm here to read orders from the head office.
Cayman produced an envelope, opened it, and pulled out a paper from within. She began to read it out loud.
LCB. Additional mission assignment prior to T-Corp. Golden Bells Retrieval Operation. Number 1. Eliminate and or secure the distortion in the area. Number 2. Recover the monolith. An artifact in the shape of a black steel from the same site.
A monolith? What's this now?
Distortion? Are you saying they've already distorted? I do not know. Limbus Company clearance is not part of the extra operation. I was merely ordered to really position you as I happen to taking care of some other job at E-Corp.
I believe that our one and only mission was to recover the Golden Bowls. Since when did it become our job to play errand boy fixers?
Since now. Besides, I don't see what the difference is between an average errand boy and your team. All you ever do is picking up and deliver the Golden Bowls, no?
Ooh. Right. I guess the after team is full of grouches like you, huh?
Rodion grumbled like she was imagining a department full of Caymans. Cayman quietly took a sweeping look at the complaining sinners, then approached me.
Manager Clock.
Yes.
Can't what you're saying anyway, so just listen. Allow me to kindly explain some things for you and your minions, since you all appear to be so out of the loop.
For you and your minions.
Cayman crossed her arms and leaned against the bus seat as though she was about to start a lecture.
LCB's primary objective is to retrieve the golden bells, yes. Can't deny that. But parading around telling everybody that Limbus Company specializes in retrieving the golden bells would be stupid, don't you agree? And it's not exactly the most lucrative business, if at all.
I suppose so. I've been wondering about the company's finances for a while. Where do we even get our funding from?
Well, there's no need to be concerned with yourself with the company's finances. We have much more than enough capital to do what we want. What the company really lacks, however, is public standing and a cause.
Because getting the golden bowels isn't something publicly known. A cause.
Limbus Company decided to find our cause in distortions. No significant organization has yet taken charge of magic instances of distortion phenomena.
Phenomena. Faust told me some time ago that it hasn't been long since the distortions began appearing in the city.
Limbus Company is building our reputation as a professional distortion prevention and control company that doubles as research center for the distortion phenomena, which means that we need to produce real results in more ways than one, that is.
I did hear that this epidemic of distortion phenomena can be pretty annoying.
And then he cuts off. No one has properly defined what these distortions truly are. This means that many are not willing to jump into dealing with this new phenomenon blind. We did hear that some are preparing to launch an association primarily dealing with distortions, but that all is an association. We intend to deal with it on a corporate level.
Right. But how's any of that our business? What reason do we have to go out of our way to tussle with those distortions?
Here's how it's your business. The order came from all the way from the top, the highest authority in our company. Don't they teach you how to follow orders in the slums?
Ah, that does it. You're not leaving this bus alive.
Manager?
Cayman ignored Heathcliff, who was visibly fuming, and turned to face me.
My attitude toward your minions and the company's attitude toward them, it all depends on the choices you make and your leadership.
With that, she produced an envelope from under her arm and handed it over.
At the end of the day, though, the choice is yours. Your men are completely wrong. If you would like to focus solely on your primary mission, the golden bowels, then fine. It's not like the company's going to kick you and your meat shields out. But do understand that the company's treatment of the sinners may change depending on what you decide to do here. Click.
Boom. Vergilius listens quietly, his eyes shut.
Now then, Red Gaze. I'll be taking my leave now. Until next time.
Fine. But next time, I'd prefer it if you would watch your language.
Fuck!
These meat shields are still under my guidance, so try not to disturb me as well.
Well, that depends on what the manager does, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh.
Excuse me.
She left, having nothing but the awkward silence behind, leaving nothing but the awkward silence behind.
Words.
Is she gone? Bloody prick.
After that brief moment of quiet, everyone began sighing and complaining as though they'd just been ungagged.
Almost burst a blood vessel listening to all that. Thought I'd soften my temper with age.
Wah.
People was the cocaine.
What is that? What that? I was blowing my nose because I was like, waterfall.
Yeah, no, it sounded like you were inhaling something too.
Still, good work keeping things non-violent, guys.
I don't think she said anything wrong, though.
And Honglu's like, oh yeah.
I found her manner of speech quite convenient. There was no need to unnecessarily read between the lines. I had a little trouble understanding her and organizing my... I had little trouble, not a little, little, very little, understanding her and organizing my thoughts accordingly.
Huh. I guess that's one way of looking at things. Anyway, she's right that we really don't have much say in the matter. If the company asks us to do our jobs, we do our jobs. I don't have anything to add myself. I have no issues with following orders. Yeah, I agree with you guys.
I tried my best to cheer up the sinners as I opened up the envelope she'd left behind. Not much of note was in there. One old-fashioned walkie-talkie, a bunch of signed and stamped paperwork, and...
How was there a walkie-talkie in their envelope? Or is it just like a package envelope, not like a letter?
Yeah, I imagine it would be like a size envelope rather than a small mailing envelope.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And I was like, that must have been a pretty sped little walkie-talkie.
Spy walkie.
Mission location. Yongjin Building.
Jong.
Karan. Yongjin. Right, Ferg? Got it. I'm feeling it. Bzz, bzz. Hong Kong. Here we go. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom.
Sorry, I had to find it in the list.
You had.
Judging by their lack of surprise, had to. Both Charon and Vergilius already knew where to go. And the bus took off.
Yay. I gotta go on break real quick to blow my nose heavily.
Okay.
We go to this one after that. So, I gotta see after your break. Make sure to take this opportunity to eat, drink, use the bathroom, be back in a few minutes, because I will be too. I'm gonna run ads. I have a sneeze right on the edge of my nose, but it's not coming out. And that was a cough.
Robotussin.
Supposed to be a sneeze, not a cough.
Okay, stare directly at my lamp. Oh, well, that hurts my eyes. That's not helping. Okay, well, anyways, I could go. And I'll be back, and I'm gonna run ads during that time.
Woo!
As a quick reminder, I have updated the public imagination point so that it accumulates with bits donated as well now.
Woo!
Okay, I go on a break now. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna let you still talk with chat. Wackly and yay.
Good, because I have to remind them of something. Sell your grandparents! Not just your grandfather this time. Let's get those biddies flowing.
I'm running ads now.
So, people who are not in ad hell.
Ryan_1729
Go
cheered.
sell
X
your grandparents.
Nice.
I was gonna ask you. I actually have the voice changer thingy I can use to change different voices, and I thought about doing that for some of these voices. That way it could be different.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
But I don't know how to make it work properly.
I don't know either.
Well, no, not that. And I had to make the voice changer thing, but
Okay.
for I need to figure out how the. So basically, my problem is Discord does not has a solo input selection. So I can do the single input from the voice changer app to change the voice. But it will make it change voice, and I can't use the mic properly because the mic. You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
I'm not fully understanding the issue.
Okay, so the voice changer ends up being an output device, like a microphone. I have my cameras. Both cameras have its own microphone. My headset has a separate microphone input, and the input on the video, actually on the card on the computer, has its own mic input. But I got like 7 inputs. If I put the Discord with the voice input, it will not. I can't change back.
So, can the voice changer not just do a no voice change, like just pass it right through?
I'm trying to load it up right now to see about it working, because it's not working. I wonder if it's my computer that won't handle the program. I clicked the button to launch. Well, see, like I said, because Discord locks the microphone to whatever you want it to do it for. I did defaults, and it would never work. I couldn't get the sound to come out the earphones or the microphone to pick up the voice. I had to manually pick it. But Discord will lock it, so essentially, if I do like a stream and I try to use the voice changer, I have to put the stream to the voice changer thing because it will not pick up the not voice changer. It says that device is being used by another program, and I can't select it as a thing. So the voice changer gets locked, or the voice changer locks the microphone, so the microphone no longer activates, but with the voice changer itself.
Gotcha. Just give me a second here. Try taking the steps on that page.
Okay. I'm gonna have to. I'm doing too many things at once. As usual, I'm doing too many things at once. Learning install script. Microsoft.NET frame. Why is it doing that? I could have sworn. The problem was I have the new Windows 11, and that's always a pain in the boot.
Well, I imagine once you find the equivalent menu, it should be a fairly similar process.
Because I've had Discord not pick up any microphone at all. And I can see clearly that on the Windows setting, it's clearly working.
So what's happening right now?
I'm trying to get the voice changing things so I can do different voices, maybe possibly.
That sounds wonderful.
I'll switch device. Already, my Discord's already doing something weird and funky. I hate it.
Wow. Anyway, I've been decently good about doing ads this stream. Yeah. Sometimes I forget, and then it's just the entire stream, and then I'm like, I realize I didn't take any breaks. Frick.
Ah, damn it!
I need to take breaks.
You need to take breaks so you can make money!
1 week. Like, what is it? Like
100
the
million
2
dollars.
pennies you get from the 2 pennies you get from advertisements.
You get whole pennies? Holy shit!
I don't even get that at all. I don't even have signed up for that. I'm still just yeah.
Wow. I'll do 1 fight before you do this. Cause I'm just like, yeah, we have to do some sword fighting.
기회겠죠?
Also, your profile icon disappeared practically.
It did?
불안하는 순항이죠.
Yeah, I don't see you reactive.
That's weird.
무대배대.
Okay, I have a problem.
다음번에는 뵐수 있겠죠?
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Canada doesn't even have pennies anymore.
아름다운 것.
That's right, we don't.
Yeah.
적확한
Honestly, makes a lot of sense.
It costs more than a penny to make a penny.
Yeah.
Therefore,
한방 먹였네.
Therefore,
풀어보자고.
why?
exactly.
무대배대.
난자오.
There's no reason.
우리가 우세.
And not enough people like pennies. Like, there would be a reason if there was some kind of like, I love the penny.
소림이 없도록.
But, you don't hear people saying I love pennies.
Okay, I'm back.
I mean,
I
nobody liked pennies.
I mean, arguably enough, coin collectors like pennies a lot more now because they're rare.
Mm-hmm.
Well, pennies technically cost more than a penny to make. So, are the pennies still a penny, or are they worth more because they cost more to make?
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, perfect.
We need this music. We need the clearly like the inspiration is worn on the sleeve.
좋아. 계속 집중.
Yeah.
I kind of love it. So during this chapter, there is an event of like, oh yes, you can get all the like, I forget what the specific item was. It was like sword sheath or something. But specifically, it was for going through events of this chapter with like Blade lineage and Kurokumo identities. And so everyone was like, you see these like sword fights going on. It's like, ah!
흉터의 결과요.
It's just kind of awesome, I think. They knew exactly the aesthetic they were going for.
Mm-hmm.
And they said,
Testing.
100%.
I think I broke it.
혈이 난
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
Hello. Hey.
Hello. Hi.
Hi!
Okay. It didn't work. Hold on.
Oh. I sniff again.
베어버렸어.
You snoof?
키보다
I sniff,
진심할
snoof.
데가 없군.
So here's something weird. I found that as I'm sick, it helps to eat a banana. I don't know why.
Always bring a banana to a party.
Yeah.
Bananas are good.
Wait. My brain has to be like, wait a second. How is there a different way to interpret that phrase? Because that sounds like a
Don't ruin
phrase.
Doctor Who.
Oh, it's Doctor Who. Okay, cool. The way you said it, I was just like,
Well, I'm not Christopher Eccleston, so I said it the way I said it.
Something continued to nag at the back of my mind during the frequent stops and combating. There was this one thing I just could not understand, which is why is my cat climbing on my desk?
Because.
Your cat's adorable.
Okay.
Now, Adorable is about to be evicted.
I don't know how to fix this. Okay, I think I figured it out.
Yeah.
I hear an echo, which is bad.
I do not. If that's
Yeah,
a-
you're coming through fine here.
I think it's okay. Hold on. All right, and then I do this one. What happened now?
There it is.
It works.
Take that off. Put that one on.
Okay, now how's it sound?
Oh.
Yeah, now you're higher pitched.
Yay!
Yahoo!
This is pretty much expected from Virgilius at this point. But
If he already knew where we were going and why, would it hurt to tell us for once?
I muttered to myself while looking toward the back of the where Angdu slept. She was still out cold.
Come on, Faust. I legitimately think that this is something we have to talk about. Can you please relay my question to Virgilius? Ha! If you won't do it, then I will. A journey can't always be sunshine and rainbows. Some friction is necessary. You there, guide! Aldous relayed my question.
Aldous relayed my question, then began to share some of her own grievances with Virgilius.
Oh no.
A lot of her own grievances.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Huh. Are you finished?
And another thing!
Well, you're not wrong. I did hear most of the details through the radio. And here's why I didn't tell you in advance. It's because you're the kind of people who never learn until the problem crashes through your front door. Would you have done anything differently if you knew in advance? It only served to give you an excuse to whine about it. So there it is. What now, manager? Will you refuse this mission? How could I? They're already treating us like dirt. If I refuse this, I can't imagine how much worse it'll get. I'm sure you're thinking, how could I? And you'd be right.
I can tell from the way he's looking at me that he already knew what I was going to say. I'm starting to wonder if he really can't hear me.
Our guest is awake. You should go and ask her for directions, manager. Charon's intuition can only take us so far.
Again, this would have gone much smoother if we had been told where we were going from the start. But like always, Virgilius felt the need to add comments like that before shutting me down and turning away. He'd already closed his eyes.
You could tell, like, Dante's, like, getting pretty fed up with Virgilius.
I'm just happy that Dante has an N in his name and not like the other game that has a Dante and it's just D-A-T-E. Like, no, there's no N in there. There's not
Date! Date! Wait, which one was Date? We
the
played
Consumium Files, the Nightmare Dream World.
the
thingy?
Somnium Files, yeah. That one has Date.
Allow me to explicate our present circumstances to her.
Explicate?
Explicate.
That's a new word.
It's like explain, but you wanted to be fancy about it. Explicate.
Explicate.
That's 400 points on.
Yisang got up with an awkward smile in an attempt to clear the air.
Win Scrabble with the word explicate.
That's a 400-point word on a triple word score on Scrabble with triple word and double letter.
After some time.
Yisang seemed to have successfully explained our circumstance to Angdu. She was standing next to Karan, trying to give her proper directions. She had also told us that, as long as we assisted her with her mission, she wouldn't mind us taking the back stell for ourselves.
One second.
Okay.
Okay. Ah, the turn right there. Ah. They've already set up camp there.
People dressed in Kurakumo clan's garbs were wandering around the building, standing guard before its entrance.
I have to. Ah, Bento Bamboo Hatakim.
Delaying further will only allow the distortion to grow more powerful. We must enter the building as soon as possible.
Angdu had already leapt out of the bus and was rushing in with her weapon drawn. We quickly followed suit.
And then inside the building, the battle starts happening. Are these unique? I don't think any of these are unique. Yeah, it's just tired, adept, tense, and determined. Oh.
We rush up to battle. Battle's over.
Ah! Baby!
Looks like that was the last one of them.
Ah, the aroma of blood. Some splattered fresh, some old and growing viscous. I can already tell that there will be a collage of different blood splatters waiting for me in there. I am excited to see this collection for myself.
He's kind of an oddball.
Yeah.
This one expresses brutal thoughts with such nonchalance as one muses their next meal. Whatever may be the case, the way is open. We must move with haste.
Angdu did not hesitate for a second before disappearing into the building's entrance. Man, I'm impressed by her energy. Wasn't she knocked out cold just a few minutes ago?
I can't see the screen, but you two can. Yay! Hi, Comb. How are you doing?
You may click forward the text feeds.
Okay.
Autis. It is sheer willpower that moves her. What other choice does she have when her superior is captured? You may click forward. From the name alone, I expected Yongjin Building to be taller than just 6 floors. Building and all. Forward, please.
Yep. I'm just like... It is a common naming convention in the back streets.
Oh, shit. I looked up toward the rooftop of the building Honglu was looking at, and suddenly grew curious.
What time is it right now?
Somebody hand me a mirror!
Need a mirror?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking for.
My head doesn't actually tell time, you know.
But the point is the clock then!
It is 2:10 in the afternoon.
2 in the afternoon. It's not midday. But it's not supposed to be this dark, is it? It is in Canada.
How is it this gloomy and dark at 2 in the afternoon? I'm starting to lose my sense of time here. I am excited to have that be my problem too. Ah, so soon! It's happening so soon.
So soon. Seems particularly darker around the area we're in. Well, compared to the smoke war days, still bright as a sunny day.
I suppose that's true. The back streets of T-Corp are known to be in a perpetual state of murkiness. Their machines ceaselessly discharge heavy plumes of smoke which cloud the skies. That, and the constant color drainage, keeps the back streets of T-Corp dark and dreary. Of course, I must also inform you that the conditions have improved somewhat after the smoke war due to the various extenuating, prohibitive conditions introduced by the outcome of that war that limits the production of smoke. Before the war...
Wow. We have no time for idle chatter. Come, now!
You have to cut off the nerds.
Once they get rolling, they get rolling.
We hurried toward Angdu's urgent cries.
Ah, there were more Blade lineage bastards left?
What the? The lads took him out already.
They were nothing but meowling minions. Besides, the bravado ill-matched their immature skills. They foolishly decided to stand their ground instead of retreating upstairs.
An electric buzz of played from the radio I had stashed in my clothes.
Is someone calling this radio?
The sound became much clearer when I unfolded the antenna for the radio.
Imagine that.
LCD here. LCD here. Can you hear me? Acknowledge. Come on.
The voice coming from the other end of the radio, upbeat to put it mildly, and very chaotic.
I love how, like, after the line, they're like, and this is your voice direction.
Okay, I just have to press this button, right?
Well, I'll talk, but it's not like you can hear. They actually TikTok! Oh, right, I called you for a reason. I'm just calling to relay a message, so don't bother responding, yeah? Okay. We don't have much time, so let me keep it short. Remember that black steel you guys were sent to retrieve? The monolith? I'm picking up a super huge bump in the monolith signal in the area near you. That signal can force people to distort. For your information. Force people to distort? We have to contain it before that seeping signal goes completely out of control, okay? Ugh, what the heck is this? Oh, my bad. I've got some stuff going on over here too, you know? Anyways, I gotta keep this short, so let me just emphasize that time is of the essence here. Over and out.
The call dropped before any of us even had the chance to say anything.
And we learned she now too.
Pretty lively, huh?
We don't have time to sit around dumbfounded, clockhead. Let's crack on.
Everyone, I think the elevator is broken. I see you and your fellows are also reason to hurry. I don't know what I just said. I say we break through their lines and rise to the stairwell. What say you?
We don't have a choice. Come on, let's go.
I put the radio back in my pocket and began running up the stairs.
So does Dante actually fight or no? Is he just like a Pokemon master?
He's like the Pokemon Master.
Ah. Go, my minions, fight for me!
Fight for me, my minions.
Dog fight to the death.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow. Seriously, the stairwell is the real challenge, isn't it? Not the Kurokubo clan, guys.
Curious, is it not?
You're watching some anime. Gohan? I don't know if you're being silly or if you're being serious right now. Because, technically speaking, if you're making fun of what we're doing right now, this is Japanese samurai film. You are watching anime. Okay, actual anime. Not just looking at what's on screen right now and saying, it's anime! Because you wouldn't be wrong.
Huh? What is?
That they fouled in the stairwell full of weaklings who clearly do not know what they're doing.
Okay,
Perhaps they weren't. Perhaps they were trying to stop us from going upstairs. Perhaps they were afraid of retreating upstairs.
Ooh.
No, it can't be.
And now we listen to Wackley wrestle.
Angdu's expression darkened.
Ah.
Maybe she had an inkling of a bad omen.
Dost thou worry for thy mentor?
Don Quixote carefully sidled to Angdu's side with a sympathetic expression.
Sidled.
Isn't that what they do on the Mario World when they go down the edge? They settle the wall.
That's
Yes.
what they do in Wind Waker.
As well, yes.
Wind Waker. That's what the. Okay, I didn't know which thing I saw it from.
I mean, you
How could I
do
not?
that in Super Mario 64 if you press against the wall as well.
What kind of person was Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim?
Angdu appeared conflicted, as though she was having trouble organizing her own thought. She shook her head and sighed.
He was a steadfast man. Protected what needed protecting, killed what needed killing. He was always one... Okay, hold on. He was always one of the blood lineage finest. Dare say he was the most skilled swordsman within the lineage. A man of few words who always sought to take care of those under his wings.
Oh.
If only he hadn't made that decision. My fellows would not have met such a terrible fate. Oh.
Sinclair half opened his mouth, apparently curious about what that decision might have been. But he soon realized that this was probably not the time to pry and quietly closed his mouth.
Whichever may be the case, I have no choice but to make haste.
Then, we have no choice but to make haste with her.
Oh. I'm like, I'm conflicted because part of me is like, I want to do some of these battles, but it is like, legitimately, a lot of these battles were like, grind for the material, right?
Okay.
Oh. I will do this battle though, because this one is versus Pikachu. And I'm like, Pikachu fights are always interesting, I think.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Especially since Pikachu come with logs! Yay!
Woo!
Oh, except these aren't the specials Pikachu. The Pikachu come a little bit after this one, so I have to fight these ones. I'm having fun.
망설임이
Yay!
없도록.
That's good. That's rather the point.
Yeah. Especially nice since I've been sick and I'm like, yeah. I would like to thank you again for just like dropping by and being like, ah yes, we can do the voice thing.
Yay!
It actually helps rest my voice a lot to not read all the
Yeah.
lines.
I mean, given that I did a voice thing a week ago, it'd be kind of weird for me to
Nobody
refuse
heard
at this
about
point. Shush.
Aha!
Go watch the VOD.
You heard the man. Not right now, we're doing a thing right now, but like,
As soon as we're done, you are watching that VOD. I will be checking.
you will be checking. On a different note, attendance check, show your eggies in chat.
흉터의 결과요.
I like how I've turned that into a thing. I have forced it to be a thing. Thank you, Light, for what you do.
Double leggy!
Yay! Time to read new logs. Ahem. This is reminiscent of the previously observed insectoid entity within a translucent body. More organs required to maintain a biological organism have been identified inside its butt. Why
Inside
won't I
its butt?
sneeze? Why won't I sneeze?
Inside its... You said it was inside its butt?
I sneeze. I can't sneeze.
Go snort some pepper.
Blah. I want to sneeze. Inside its body. Some of it has matured further, however, no physiological characteristics enough to meet the criteria to constitute a living organism has been identified. What appears to be a hand has been identified. It is visible from the outside and is wielding a round object. A close analysis of its behaviors and attack patterns reveals that the round object is a fluid sac of sorts. The fluid sac inside the entity's body appears to be connected with the sac. When the sac inflates, the internal fluid on its main body shrinks. Sneezies. Several organs that may constitute a leg or an antenna have been identified. No particular usage outside of offensive use has been found. Prolonged observation of this entity remains inadvisable. Reminders of the negative past events remain unpleasant. Okay, do one of you want to read this one?
Oh, it's grown. Its eyes are more bloodshot, and they're glaring at me fierce. It's got a tail, too. I think I can summarize this report with, it got creepier. Looks like its wee dried skewered legs got hydrated and slightly thickened. It's still got that red juice that gives me heart. It's still got that stabby attack, but it's certainly diversified its patterns. Here's the most memorable one. It tried to smack me with its tail. Remember, it couldn't do that before. Or maybe it could, but its stick bug legs couldn't support its weight. Well, it's not really my business. Oh, here's another thing. The bug learned how to spark fire. Watch out for that burn, yeah? I suppose I don't need to let it hit me to know that it'll irritate me.
I'll pummel it with my bat before it has a chance to make its move.
I'm judging by that last line that was Heathcliff. To make it move.
Heathcliff had a cold that day.
I have a cold. A bit of a cold. 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 Hey. Achoo! I actually sniffed, but I didn't sneeze.
침착한 결과입니다.
I should probably just like start tweezing nose hairs just to get the sneeze out of my system. Be like, force it out.
Do that.
Why not? It works. It works really well.
Tweezing nose hairs? Like plucking them?
Yeah.
No. Just tickle the inside of your nose with a Q-tip. Please note that the Wackerly is not a doctor and is not offering medical advice under any circumstances. But yeah, just tickle the inside of your nose.
Go get a hunk of pepper and shove it up your nose.
Oh no! Just start.
Or Dr. Wackley's advice.
Start snorting that
Wait a minute.
table salt. Wait, no, is it table salt or table pepper?
Himalayan pink salt.
Oh, Thunder. That's not good. I hope you get better, Thunder. Everyone, gummies for Thunder. Thunder has COVID.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Which is a step above just having like a cold and being snotty. Take care, brother.
Snort your chicken soup.
Don't. That would be bad.
If you're gonna do that, you might as well get a pack of ramen, of chicken ramen, and then just snort that packet of chicken ramen flavor
Shove the
seasoning.
camel eyelash up your nose. Oh no. Wackerly, how could you tell him?
He's a real doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm only 5 years old. Here comes Dr. Trad.
That reminds me of a comedy thing somebody did making fun of Michael Caine. That they talking about having some actor having his kid being nannied by different people, and one of the people was Michael Caine, and the voice came over to the kid, and the kid was like, Danny, who are you talking to over there? I'm only 5 years old. I talk like I'm an old British man.
We're not snorting packets of ramen. I try to get myself to sneeze, but I can't. Anyways, did we just find the Picatula? Yes.
Their appearances are rather dissimilar from what we encountered before. They appear to have grown more acute.
They are evolutions of each Picatula. The kind of Picatula one transforms into depends on the types of sin that one has embodied in life. So it is no surprise that there may be variations to them.
But we've never encountered anything like them before.
Collecting the golden boughs could have expedited the Picatula growth process. Those boughs, they really have something to do with everything, huh? Our job is starting to look a lot more serious. Anyone else besides you get the reference Rackley pulled out a while ago? Which reference?
I'm guessing Ryan means the Dr. Tra-
Oh.
I think the camel eyelash.
Right, that reminds me. These Picatula are supposed to represent some kind of sin, right?
Sin? There it is.
Found it.
I found it. We both did the same thing.
Same brain. My thoughts grow distant all of a sudden. No. The sinners grow distant while my thoughts draw nearer. Their voices grow muffled. The word sin feels oddly unfamiliar today. It appears they have... Yeah, it's hard. What is he? It appears they have lost all their sense of self. Their original forms now forgotten to oblivion. Self. Aren't distortions kind of similar to that?
Some people become distortions. Some people become But I wonder what the difference is.
I think I know.
Planted in the hearts of all are seeds with ever-present potential to bloom. Executive Manager. What'd you say? Val talked over ya, so I couldn't hear. If you'd allow me to continue, maintaining the self even at times of extreme stress could cause one to evolve into a distortion, and when the light of that day descends upon the hearts of every human, blooming the seeds buried deep within. Manager? If one's devoured by their sins, they are reborn in the form of the
tick tock tick.
Their image reflecting the
tick,
dreamt
tock,
of those who are nothing.
Dante, what is?
If one withstands
Tick tock
their sins, the heart.
Talk. What the hell? Cockhead, what in the bloody hell are you talking about?
I ill like the sound of that. Has completely gone awry with the prosthetic head.
Yet if one seeks to bear the shell of their original hearts.
Ego? What is that you are speaking of? I don't have my notes open. It's Poet Boy. Got it.
And in a world perceived through their own the shall be unveiled to their egos melt into by of sin.
Huh. They're starting to talk a bit like my grandfather. Huh? My manager. Your head.
I find that fascinating. How first, this, weird, we shall all go to the end of whatever talk, and Hong Lu's like, huh, that begins to sound like my grandfather, and I'm just like, uh-oh. Your chapter's gonna be fun, isn't it?
Come again?
Executive Manager, your head is on fire. Ooh, what a blaze.
I think they're about to explode.
Only those who can define their own.
Check.
Self.
Oi, we've got to do something before Clark bites it. Got any bright ideas, lass?
I know not what to do. Only those who are awakened to their own.
Talk.
Gah! Discorching! I thought that Magister Esquire's flaming head was merely for style, for I had not once felt such heat from it. Faust, what if they accidentally activated the self-destruct sequence? Ugh, this heat. If we don't douse it now, it's going to melt everything around them. Yes, the operating principles are the same. Dante is, via the golden bowels, connected to the root of the sapling planted in the subterranean area of the headquarters, which is to say that...
Off the rails we go!
Faust, you're not helping! Faust listened to what Dante is saying. It's like, oh, I know what that means.
Who gives a shite about the bows? We got to douse the flames on his head.
Water! Dost thou nae one? Doest nae one have water? We must make haste and douse the flames.
Sometime later.
Sometime later. Is he still on fire?
Oh, that's just a regular portrait.
Okay.
He's always slightly on fire.
He's not, like, burning everything down around.
Uh-huh.
Pray tell, art thou recovered?
My eyes, if I had eyes, that is, opened slowly. I was lying on the ground, surrounded by sinners.
All the time.
What happened?
Do you not recall what had transpired?
I guess I don't.
I do remember waking up, walking up the stairs, then suddenly feeling really dizzy.
Executive Manager, you must visit a workshop to get that looked at as soon as we return. Huh? Workshop? Did I malfunction or something? Don't talk about them like you're talking about some machine. Either way, there isn't anything we could do about what just happened. Not here. We can discuss this later once we return. What just transpired does not seem to pose any hindrance to our mission. Angdu, where is...
She has advanced without us. While I remain curious yet concerned about your condition, we must reconvene with her. The situation calls for urgency.
Yeah, okay.
There was a lot I didn't understand, but since we're in the middle of an operation, let's deal with this first.
That is the exact, like, way a surgeon... That is the exact attitude a surgeon should have.
I don't know why I'm dying, but I've got to finish this up.
Like, we should handle this eventually. But, I
Now is not the time. That is not the time. I almost died. Let's not do this right now. So I need to take a bathroom break, so I will be back.
Okies.
Why'd this have to break? Why now?
We have Waluigi.
Wah!
There was a nervous-looking man at the top of the stairs, on the uppermost floor of the building. I could immediately tell that this man was unlike any other foe we'd faced in this building.
It better be quiet in there. I hope that thing at least stays put.
He kept looking into his pocket watch, as though he was expecting something awful to come out that door.
Yes.
His garb, which highly resembles the current standard outfits, suggests that he is a relevant individual in this case. It is possible to extrapolate from his outfit that he is of higher rank than any foe we have defeated on the course to this location.
Then,
before I even had this chance to suggest waiting for a bit to come up with a strategy, Angdu was already charging at the man. Leroy!
I just realized I forgot to, like, make the game switch command invisible on the screen, and it's just been there the entire time, and I'm like, oh, whoops, that's not supposed to be there today. That's not going to be there until Tuesday. You must be a captain of the Kumo clan.
What the?
You wish to hunt the blood blade lineage? Very well. Here, I stand before you. Face my blade.
I suppose this means all my men are all dead, huh? I'd toss you into that office if I could, but I'm just so lanky. The merchandise is still in there. Yeah, come on. Suppose I've got no choice but to fight. At least allow me to introduce myself. Then you can tell me who you are. We must do this formally and properly. My name's Waljun Luigi, captain of the boys you killed.
I'm too. Salsu from the lineage of Blades, a follower of mentor Bamboo-Hatted Kim.
The hallway before the door falls silent. It is as calm as a winter dawn.
A winter yawn, you could say.
Shush. The two warriors, blades drawn, begin to take cautious steps. It's as though they are attempting to gauge the distance between each other. Gotta remember, I've been up since 7 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There was a sudden flash. When I came to my senses, the pair had suddenly switched sides, facing away from each other.
Yeah, we're doing this! We're doing this.
The outcome of this clash could not be drawn on screen, so here's a text description instead. Come on, that's it? Huh?
This Angdu
appears to have been Angdu's defeat. She fell to her knees. I mean, I was just getting started. I'm surprised you even had any energy left for that attack.
She's been fighting the Kumo clan henchmen on the front lines before we even had the chance to catch up. No wonder she's exhausted. I must also remind you that she was on the verge of death not so long ago. She has overexerted herself.
What, are the rest of you gonna fight me too? This hardly seems fair, me against all of you. This Waljun Luigi rested his blade on his shoulder with an annoyed scowl. I could tell from his single clash against Angdu, he wasn't going to go down easily.
Well, I don't like that we're all ganging up against this one guy, but...
Dogpile! You've got one loud-ass clock for a head. What even is that? Is this some local T-Corp clock-shaped prosthetic fashion or something? It is a clock, right? You there, is that clock head on time?
No, we've established it isn't.
Mate, what do you think? That clock ain't for telling time. Goes backwards for one. Huh? What'd you decapitate yourself for? What a useless clock. Okay then. Any of you got a timepiece, a clock, a watch? Anyone? My stupid watch broke again.
The sinners wordlessly begin to surround Waljun and Luigi.
I guess not. Are any of you even wearing a watch? You must all be insane. Sauntering about without a timepiece.
Dude, everyone just uses their smartphones. Get over it.
Even if I did, I would hardly find it within myself to show it to thee.
You're all really getting on my nerve.
Why does he make it sound like he's like 130 years old?
Because I'm 130 years old.
Alkaline.
Ah.
I've been through this fight before. This fight, I wanted to talk a little bit about this actually. This fight is where Limbus Company says, yeah, you can't just mindlessly go and choose whatever, like, moves you do in a non-focused encounter anymore. They will punish you hard for that.
You know what? That's it. I'll be in deep shit if I let anyone in there and... So come and get me! I'll cut you down if it's the last thing I do. I, Waljun Luigi, will knock you all down!
I, Waljun Luigi.
Me and Evil Green Mario will take care of yours.
Evil Green Mario.
I'm a Luigi!
Okay, so if I remember how to handle this correctly... Oh, which one is it? Which one is the guy? Oh wait, it's not even until this phase. Alright, you're gonna dodge, you're gonna defend. It's like, we all surround this one guy. Suddenly, all these other ninjas pop out of the woodworks. Oh no!
Where the hell did they come from?
It's the rule of ninjas. The more ninjas you throw in, the less powerful they are.
Yes, the law of conservation of ninjutsu.
Ninjutsu.
And the survey says...
Yeah, that's no sound.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠다.
했다. You know, I wasn't able to get like one of the identities from this event when it was going on. I was sad about that. But then I saw it was a Result identity, and like Result identities usually suck. So I don't feel too bad about it.
It's wet.
It's wet. What is?
Huh?
Eh?
Absolute. What? How do you again? Sometimes I love it when people get bleed damage because then it's like they just move a little and they're like a kablooey. That's how bleeding works, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. You have your freaking counter on. Okay, just have to watch carefully for when we're targeting that guy because the way this fight is structured. Let's see if I can bring it up just so I could show my point. add 1 more coin per every surviving other ally max 3. Which means if you hit this guy, he's gonna be like, oh, I gotta hit you 4 times back. Hi, Kaneko.
망설임이 없도록.
Do I wish to learn the rules of the back streets? I have learned. I know the rules of the back streets. This is not where I currently am in the story. But we're almost to where I currently am in the story. Wait, what?
Backstreet Boys.
Who hit? Somebody hit and I didn't notice. Frick. Block, block. Counter, counter. You want to get rid of all of the other people around him first. And then you take him on.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
침착한 결과입니다.
It's kind of sad because, like, he will go through and start annihilating everybody. But, he starts freaking out the second, like, everyone around him is gone. He's just like, oh, frick, I don't have anyone to back me up anymore. And then he just falls apart despite the fact that he could probably destroy everybody. Anyways, counter shouldn't be that bad now. Yep, just 1 attack now. Yay! He is sad and alone and depressed.
Wow. I should have stuck to tennis.
Wajun Luigi. And now I don't even have to consider what I throw in. I just throw in everybody and I'm like, haha, do the damage.
Dog pile.
Dog pile.
갈갈이 베어버렸어.
I can be like,
기계가 정신이 맑을 때가 없군.
As, we're almost at the end of this chapter.
Any 2-5-11-ists?
What? Hey, Light, are you back yet?
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Now we converse for the moment.
Angdu seemed to have recovered somewhat as we fought. She bound Wangju Luigi with a rope before throwing him to the ground. Yeah, inflationary English.
Okay.
I didn't expect a mere captain to know why your organization put a bounty on our heads. But I cannot place the reason you're standing guard before this room. It is as though you were protecting our mentor from us, of all people. Wait, it wasn't just you, was it? Every Komokuro clan filth we killed on our way up to this floor stood in our path like they're protecting something with their lives.
Yeah, our paycheck. Fine. Here's the truth then. We're the victims here. Wah.
Whatever do you mean?
You guys really have a way of pushing my buttons, huh? We weren't part of the party pursuing you or cutting you down. That was none of my business. You're just one of many, many syndicates or organizations that were unlucky enough to be on the Thumb's shit list. Our run-in was just a coincidence. We were ordered by the Thumb to stand guard next to the Black Steel here, that's all. Everyone was on edge because we were supposed to transport it somewhere else pretty soon. And that's when you Blade Lineage bastards appeared out of nowhere!
Out of nowhere?
We came through the front door.
I see. This is where our mentor has awakened.
You! Sounds like you know something that I don't. Can't say I've ever heard of a tech that could blip people into existence just like that. Thought they were using a singularity or something.
Someone got reverse Thanos snapped. That one scene in the Spider-Man movie where it's like you have all the band people that suddenly appear in the middle of like the sports game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like blah!
Besides, the Blade lineage never had a chance. Our numerical advantage was insurmountable. Dogpile!
Of course.
We had your friends cornered. We had no trouble cutting them down until there were but 3 of you left standing. Then, all of a sudden, your boss's eyes suddenly began to glow. And...
I'm sorry. It's like, a lot of people are thinking it, right?
No, I have no idea.
What, that he's Woody Woodpecker?
No.
Nah. He's the new circus character?
Megalovania.
Yeah.
He cut down everyone around him. It was a one-sided slaughter.
Legitimately Megalovania moment.
What then?
You got that right. Blade lineage, Kurakumo clan, it didn't matter. He cut through everyone.
Oh.
So what the hell was I supposed to do? What were we supposed to do? I'm their captain. The lives of my men are my responsibility. I had to save them somehow. So I stayed behind to guard the door while my men guarded the entrance to this building. What other choice did I have? Shit. Delivery deadline's coming up. I'm finished. This won't end with me having to cut off a finger or two. Damn it.
I like how he had a clock all of a sudden in the middle of his hand.
Get it?
Angdu struck the back of Waljun Luigi's neck with a swift precision and dropped him to the floor.
Angdu! The man had already been subdued! Wherefore didst thou?
I merely put him to sleep. He would have caused us trouble had we attempted to enter that room while he was conscious.
He's just asleep permanently, forever, of all time.
I must talk to the mentor. See him with my own eyes.
Have you gone deathless? Your boss will cut down anyone who gets too close.
No. That can't be true.
Dante, we can affirm from our information we have gathered that... Yeah, I agree. There's a powerful aura coming from behind that door. I can sense it.
Powerful Oreo!
Oreo!
It's double stuff!
It's mega stuff.
Angdu's hands tremble as they wrap around the doorknob.
You must prepare for battle.
What was that?
Door.
A sneeze.
I know that mentor bamboo-hatted Kim will not do such a thing.
She slammed the door open.
How? How do you slam a door open?
Open it so fast that it hits the wall.
Yeah.
That's
Only
usually
from-
called kicking a door open.
No, not necessarily. She had her hand on.
You just go wham! Right against the wall.
Only to come face to face with a distortion.
Mentor? What is this? I recognize these wounds. These are your techniques. You. How could you put your blade to our fellows?
Attempting to communicate seems futile.
Pitch black flames lingered around this man she called Bamboo-Hatted Kim, her mentor. Something had devoured him. There was something in his eyes. Fiendish malevolence. I could definitely sense it. This was a distortion.
Cease your beastly howls and talk to me, please. Say some.
Sans! Quit plaguing my life with incident! Oi! Don't get too close! The distortion unsheathed its blade in the blink of an eye. It sensed that something had entered its range.
That. Vance, you're really going to kill. Get out of the way!
As Angdu stood there confused, Sinclair urgently hurled himself in her direction. And in that brief moment, the distortion's blade descended upon them as though it bisected the very space they inhabited. I surmise that Sinclair has entered the distortion's range as well.
We have no choice but to suppress it.
We tensed up, sensing the changing atmosphere. We slowly raised our weapons.
It is time to fight. Da-da-da-da.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Now, if I remember how to do this fight correctly, to summarize it,
이만하면 순항이
You
Make
beat
him
his
happy.
ass!
딱 좋네.
make him happy.
Give him a right whooping.
Boot to the face.
And one for Jenny and the
Here's
Wimp.
the thing. His sanity increases after losing a clash. After losing, he raises sanity, and after winning, his sanity lowers. And all of his moves are minus coins. At least the music is pretty amazing and cool. Minus coins.
All the moves do what now?
All the moves, basically start at max power and only get weaker if it flips heads on the coin flip. Which is not good. Ow. Nope. Ah! Which means you basically want to make him happy. Or you end up failing like I am beginning to fail right now.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Ow, my pancreas.
이만하면 순항이죠.
What was that?
Well, you heard it. Owl the pancreas. Don't remember.
That was a voice I should never do.
Then don't do it.
But it's fun.
Then do it.
You got it, sis.
Basically, it's the exact opposite of Sandtoad. Sandtoad is pushing my voice harder than it should in the upper range. This is pushing my voice harder than I should in the lower range.
Oh look, I made him 2 sanity happy. And now he's gonna beat up my people. Because if I lose clashes against him, he gets unhappy. And then that makes it harder to win.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me!
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe you get from this guy.
I'm still alive out here, you prick!
I'm gonna chuck an axe at him.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
That seems like a good idea, you know?
I mean, it usually gets people's attention.
Yeah. Hey dude, axe to the face!
And one for Jenny and the Wimp.
Hawa! A boink.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Oh come on, we're almost at the first stagger level. Ah! Come on, he's downright chipper now. Look at that 16 sanity. He's downright chipper.
재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
Ah, frick. There's his ultimate move. I need to stagger him now or I'm screwed.
I'm so happy to be alive.
A boot to the face.
Come on, just hit through his shield and stagger him, please. There it is! Yay! I got the stagger. Ah, boink.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제 일.
You okay?
가서 끝장내죠.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Please live?
I'm having a cramp on my leg, and then I had a cramp on the other leg, and then my butt's still wet, and then my shoulder, and then, yeah.
Ayo, your butt's still... I can't...
Yes. So I have a gallon of tea, which is cold and condensation, and I just reached back to try to grab it, and I don't have my blanket protecting me anymore. So now the jug is touching me, and it's wet. So now I am wet. I'm wet.
Why are you touching the jug to your butt?
Because it is sitting on the couch behind me.
Well, don't put it on the couch behind you.
I don't have anywhere else to put it at the moment.
Go
I am
buy a
laying
coffee
down
table.
on.
I
I have a table. It's full of stuff.
Well, that sounds sort short-sighted now, doesn't it?
That's...
It's not that. It's just I'm lazy.
Hi, Lucy.
I got home. I got tired, and I laid down and I crashed on the couch. I ate my food, and then I got tired.
Look at this man. He's downright happy, enjoying life. Look at that 25 sanity. 31. Ah!
Need a good
36
reference number to
happiness.
know what that means.
Oh, that's just
ended.
That's just coin flip chance.
No, but
higher sanity.
Oh, yeah, well,
usually. What were you saying?
Better ask.
How much is a good sanity? 1 or 2 or 3 or 30 or 100?
The max is 45. The minimum is negative 45. Okay.
Oh, so he was downright ecstatically happy.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this poking me out?
Please tell me it does the story. Please tell me it does the story. No, please tell me it does the story. You do the story, right, game? Did you? I'm not doing this again. The hacking. I don't like how the mini chapters have a problem with showing the story again. They're just like, no, you don't get to see the story again. So, you know what? We're just going to the theater. We're not going through that dungeon. We're just going through the theater. Let's see.
Ow, my neck hurts.
Detour.
That was chicken! Chicken!
Oh yeah, the chicken. Yeah. And here's the Miracle in District 20. I completely forgot that that's the reference they pulled with that.
I don't even want to know anymore.
Like, Wacto, you get that reference, right?
Yes.
Great. Oh, here we go. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. It's gotta be near the end. Let me think. We got done with the Dark
12,
Cloud.
I think.
Pre-battle for Bandu Dedicated, and then 13, 14, and 15 are the story dungeon. So just pretend we did the battle in 12 again, and you've generally got the gist of what the battle inside the dungeon is. It's just a little bit more spooky. Ah.
Bamboo Hadakim kneeled and caught his breath. Something began to shimmer behind him.
This is a dungeon, a mirror dungeon of the Fathoms.
This is just like the Ding Dong's Bar and Friars, huh?
Oh, what? The what?
That was the chicken. That was the chicken mini chapter.
The chicken.
That was a fun one.
It's Madaburger Eggerburger.
It's Yunbongs, Gregor. Yunbongs.
I don't know what I can't say words. I don't know what that is.
That's what I said, Ding Dong. He has already entered the dungeon. Yeah. So we've got to follow the bloke, eh?
Yeah, we were ordered to secure the distortion as well, so...
An immense, heavy sensation emanates from within that space.
That monolith has to be somewhere in there, too.
Let us follow.
While she was clearly dumbfounded by the turn of events, I could tell that she was determined to see this to the end. We had nothing more to add. We had run out of numbers.
Advancing.
This place has taken the likeness of Escor.
When do we eventually reach Escor in the story? It's gotta be like, what, Ethan?
Not just anywhere in Escor. You call this place Fathoms of Ego. It appears that Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim's memories are affecting this place.
Is there aught from his past you are aware of?
No, nothing in detail. I do not believe I have the right to divulge the depiction of his past based on hearsay, either.
Engdu continued in a morose tone.
What the hell is that? What does that mean? When he appeared so suddenly at this building, I do not suppose he had much trouble cutting down the Kurakuma clan's henchmen. I am certain he was flanked by competent men and women. It would not have mattered how many henchmen they threw against the mentor. Nothing short of Kimakuma clan could have given him any trouble. In fact, I surmise that he would have been able to cut down 100 of those men on his own.
Morose, having a sudden and gloomy disposition.
But not all those accompanied Master Bamboo-Headed Kim were as powerful as he. His capabilities lie far beyond our own. His fellows must have followed one by one before the endless onslaught of the Kumakuma clan henchmen.
Loading. Brain. Must read.
No, actually, the actual stream stopped for a second on Discord.
Oh.
I was like, it's like Kumakuma claw. And they're like, what? Wait.
The claw machine.
And I cannot help but imagine the sight must have reminded him of a tragic event in his past. An unpleasant event likely shook Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim to the core.
That alone fits numerous criteria that make it ripe for a manifestation of a distortion. He was in a very receptive state to the monolith's influence as well.
So this is how the mentor became beholden to his blade, like a fiend. Yet, still, how could he?
We remained wordless and advanced as Engdu despondently muttered to herself. It was all silent, save for the sound of our shoes lightly pressing into the soil beneath our feet.
I don't know that this makes a sound. How would you make a sound? That's
the noise.
What kind of fucking shoes are you wearing?
The one with the fa-fa in it.
You're probably not going to be able to wear those in...
It's the blue suede shoes.
I wear my clown shoes.
Shoes that come with their own soundtrack.
So that thing behind him is... Indeed. That is a monolith. The artifact must have entered his Phantoms of Ego the moment it imbued Bamboo-Headed Kim with strength.
This matter must be where the mentor's last protectee resided before he departed Sescorp.
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 Suscorp.
Suscorp, oh
no.
Whack, whack, whack. Ah, such a massacre.
That was so delightful. Ah, such massacre.
Mentor, was this carnage the memory he has haunted your dreams and waking hours for so long? Yet, the deaths of our dear fellows.
Tear begins to well in Angdu's eyes.
Yeah, the translation begins
A
to fall
singular
apart in Sam's
tear.
face.
A singular tear appears in the
Not-
eyes. A singular
Not a tear. Tear.
Tear.
It is a named tear.
A singular.
Again, something murmurs in my head.
Oh, yeah.
Is this Bamboo Hatted Kim's past? A somber voice, wrenched with woe, echoes in my head.
For a fleeting moment, I was at the thing people call honor.
I'm sorry. We've had all this setup. You've been here for this entire bit of setup for Bamboo Hatted Kim. And then that's the voice.
Surprised it was something like this. For a fleeting moment, I could. Oh my goodness.
For a fleeting moment, a worm had a song called Erna.
For a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor.
For a fleeting moment, I had heard this thing people call honor.
For a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call
Okay, but like maybe for an actual voice, it's like, for a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor.
Alright, let me get my voice changer back on again. I'm gonna do one.
Oh, okay.
I'm putting this demonic voice. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Alright, go back to that, go back to this, go back to this. Where's my audio again? My goodness,
Exactly,
I
what's
broke
the best serious voice you can give?
For a fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor.
Isn't that just Solid Snake again?
Yes, but it's a little more subdued.
Yeah, like... Ooh, I think that fits actually. Okay, next line.
Vile men whose hearts are I have left my scarred heart behind in the land of my failure. We became vagabonds, lost, wandering and weary, aimless drifters without a place to call home, call their home. Even their faith in the distant needs began to crumble piece by piece, so did their faith in myself. I began to fall apart. I've already felt once, but as if to say that I'm not feeling like their fellows once again. The least I can do is help them lead a stable life. Yet that invitation fantasy only led them to their demise. In the end, I felt my mission. I felt my honor. I failed, my dear fellows.
I returned to Limbus.
The voice continued to murmur, but it had devolved into nothing but a low growl, a quiet and incoherent rumbling. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy at his suffocatingly painful past. But that's exactly why we have to face him. Free him from this distortion.
Guys, we're putting an end to this. Right here, right now. Yes, it appears that we have no choice.
Angdu's grown far too agitated to function properly in this battle. It's all up to us now.
Yay!
And then imagine the same fight that we just barely did, but set in like backdrop. Oh, actually, no. Just imagine this backdrop this time, right?
I am robot. With this fight.
Imagine this as the backdrop this time, right?
I'm curious to see what this voice sounds like. Hold on one second.
Ah, the dungeon. What?
That was the dog translator. I was like, why is it not making noise?
After a grueling battle, as we finally managed to drag Bamboo Hadakim to his knees. Like a mirage, the fathoms of ego began to fall apart. The monolith had already left the fathoms of ego and was back at the center of the office. Just as the office began to resemble the one we had walked into, the radio I carried began to buzz again.
Hiya! Can you hear me? If you do, give me a tick-tock! Tick-tock. Very funny, Dante. You know, we just barely survived the deadly counter, right?
Well, she asked me to.
Perfect! We really don't have much time left since it looks like the monolith briefly stabilized. Let me teach you how to lock it down. Don't take too long, or that distortion's gonna turn into an abnormality. Follow my instructions to a T, and don't lag behind. It's all about precision and speed.
Seems awfully cheerful for how dire the situation is. I followed the radio's instructions and reached out to the monolith with my palms.
First, you insert the index finger.
I could have sworn
and
that
then
said with my panties.
And then you follow up with your right thumb, and then your left thumb, and then you shake it all about.
And then you twist, and then you twist, and reach deep inside.
And
I
then,
mean, what?
And then you have to listen to these instructions and follow them perfectly.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Lick your fingers first, and then lube it up, and
pull
then...
it. Twist it. Bop it. Bop it.
Thrust
twist it.
Show feet.
Right hand to blue.
B42.
Oh
my god.
Some light came out of it when I reached out with my fingers.
What were you doing in there? The voice coming from the radio was pretty nonchalant about all this, but it almost sounded like she could see exactly what I was looking.
Right, straight down from there. Yep, you're doing good. Now move left. Take it slow now. One hop this time. One hop this time.
Do to the left.
Do to the right.
I couldn't help but wonder if I was doing this right, but I still followed her directions and drew a trail of light with my hand. It's just a jump to the left.
Alright, let me turn back the theme in.
Actually, this is no longer distorted, so no longer monstrified bamboo hatted Kim. Suppose this just be. Okay, Rocco, you got it. Right?
What? Who? What?
Hi.
Hold on, I'm doing something. Mentor!
The shimmering black tendrils began to withdraw from Bamboo Hatted Kim's body. Maybe the distortion is withdrawing too?
Good work, detective. The levels are stabilizing. Ah, I can't seem to stop calling you detective, huh? Sorry, old habits die hard, you know.
Sounds like she's reporting to someone else on the other side of this communication.
A small reference to a different Project Moon work. This one is a, I think this is a web serial or a novel called Distortion Detective. So yeah, I haven't read that one. Good work! Bust dudes! LCA will be there in a minute, so just sit tight. Huh? LCA? Not that rude after team lady from earlier? Well, anyways, thanks for the assist, everyone. LCD Distortion Task Force Ezra over and out.
The radio shut off before any of us had the chance to say anything. Again. And not 5 seconds later.
My, they're really piling in, huh? LCA, the Special Operations Unit.
Orders, commencing secured item retrieval.
Right, the item is...
Custody target T-276 confirmed and secured.
Yeah, I can do the robot voice.
Well, looks like a job is done here. Okay, Light.
Too late.
I didn't even have anything. I didn't have to say anything. Not that they could hear me anyway. Before the uniformed troops marched in and started attaching various tools to the monolith.
Oh, my turn?
Yeah.
E-26701 unconfirmed requesting location.
What are you blathering about?
Rewarding. Where is the distorted individual?
Ah, I am aware of whom you seek. He sits next to the monolith.
Huh? Well, where has he gone?
The individual by the name Ang Du dragged him behind that sofa. Approximate time of event, 3 minutes ago.
Sometimes the way Mersault reacts to things is just like, my dude. Did I ask you to tell us if you noticed something important going on in the background?
I will make an immediate report should an identical event occur.
Good.
That's when I noticed that the LCA agents were growing visibly uneasy.
Alert. Anomaly detected in DT1. Upsetting.
Sorry.
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
Numbers are even harder.
Yeah.
Light, I need you to say something. I need you to say, location confirmed, sending supplies.
Location confirmed, sending some supplies.
Yeah.
You're lost, detective.
Okay, anyway, I get
Unable to comply, building in progress.
Next line.
and when that agent ran over and kicked over the sofa.
Ah!
Miss Angdu. There was Angdu, her arms tightly wrapped around bamboo-hatted Kim. Her hand, holding a blade that dug deep into her mentor's flesh.
Oh.
I know none of your painful past. I cannot possibly know in detail what you have gone through. But that just can't be a reason, an excuse for cutting down your own fellows.
Miss Angdu, that man was not himself.
If the blade had consumed my mentor, turned him into a fiend, then I will end him myself. It has to be me. No, not at all. It's all excuses. That's all it is.
Uh-oh. She appears to be talking to someone not present.
If Mentor did not bring some odd invitation to us, if he had caused us to flee escort our home to begin with. Oh, yes, I hear you. Your voice is finally glowing clearer.
Uh-oh.
Communication. Distortion of subject identity confirmed. Suspicious phase 1 of monolith mission progress may have been.
We can't just let her be. She's going to distort.
Result! Knock Miss Angdu out.
Damn, that sounded loud. Ah!
I love how Dante's just like right on it. He's just like, Result, knock her out.
Mersault struck Angdu hard before the LCA agents even had to do it.
Stabilized destruction limitation of subject loss of consciousness. That will confirm on subject. Can't say that number. One critical. One was chance to retrieve and recovery.
I have carried out the task as you have ordered.
Thank you. Whoa, what just happened? Was that caused by the monolith's influence too? A plausible explanation. The monolith was properly sealed, but its lingering influence seems to have seeped into her. Oh! Hey! The levels went bonkers over there just now.
The radio began buzzing all on its own again.
Frequency radio. I will receive LCD's message.
Okay.
Acknowledge. They speak.
Huh? Oh! You're LCA, aren't you? I'm Ezra from LCD. Nice to...
Acknowledgement. Acknowledge this message.
You know what? You're not the only one who knows how to cut people off. I already got your sit rep, okay? I don't need it. There are 2 people there, right? Just bring them both over here.
Exact order statement for what target to be.
Come on, loosen up some, huh?
Concerned. The monolith alone will be difficult subject to contain.
Aw, that's okay. Our very own our very own LCD team leader said she'll take care of it. Besides that monolith, Detective and I have successfully retrieved that before. And, considering that the 2 of them are both returnees from the library, considering that the 2 of them have both been pulled from the edge of distortion, it'll definitely help us with our records, don't you think?
Understood, however.
What the hell? Are we kidnapping them for some dodgy human experiments or something?
Okay. So I know that there's been scary rumors of kidnappings in T-Corp, But what we're doing here is completely unrelated, alright? I'd appreciate it if you didn't compare us to the likes of those Backstreets rumors. Sure, you guys can leave them there, but if we don't take them in, they'll distort and get killed. And who knows, the Kurokumo clan or even the Thumb could catch wind of this and pick them up instead.
I suppose you're right.
Anyways, make sure to bring them in. Both of them, okay?
Alex retrieving now.
The call dropped. The agents swarmed around the pair, bound them, and disappeared out the door. All of it was done in one fluid, practiced motion.
Bag 'em and tag 'em.
I don't know when it happened, but they'd already retrieved the monolith when that LCD picked up LCD's call.
Right, so, mission accomplished, huh? I guess so.
Warning, recommended to further leader, immediate extraction on the scene, and arrival of the Thumb, highly likely.
So, after the middle is the Thumb. What I wouldn't give to see the look on their stuck-up faces. Do you remember what I told you about the most powerful syndicates in the city?
No.
No.
There are 5 of them.
The pinky, the finger, the middle finger, and this other finger, and then the big toe?
Yeah. There's the ring, there's the index, there's the middle, there's the thumb.
The whole damn hand?
Yeah.
Where's the
And
foot
knuckles.
end? Where's the...
And knuckles. I think it's telling us to get out of here before the thumb catches us red-handed.
Correction. Limbus the Big was already at the first course. Again, the movement. We can miss this mission. No.
That makes sense. It'll only be a matter of time before they put the pieces together and realize that we're involved in what happened. Are you sure that we can handle not only the middle, but also the thumb?
Irrelevant. Fog and the Fiend and a Fiend are friends. And the Fog from Limbus Company. Elevate. Extraction scene first. Extracting scene.
With that cryptic message, the LCA agent quickly withdrew.
A foe is a friend and a friend is a foe. What the heck does that mean?
I
am
don't know
he and you
either.
are he and you are me and we are all together. He knows something, but won't tell us what it is. At least that was the impression I got from the way he spoke. I came to meet so many departments of the company in such a quick succession. The LCA, the LCD, the LCCA.
NBA, FBI, CIA.
An old question arose once again. Something I'd forgotten as we kept ourselves busy with the missions we've carried out so far. I really don't know much about this company I'm working for.
That's that true for all companies, though.
Yes. And there's this mysterious Herman. And the equally puzzling Demian. Maybe, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't know anything. Maybe what I know amounts to nothing more than a pinch of knowledge available to the powers that be. I thought we were pretty deep into our journey, but...
This is everyone who's had a chapter so far.
I was starting to feel that, in the far future, if I were to look back on the records of this journey, we wouldn't even be 10 pages into the book. I began walking back to the bus with the sinners, my head further mired in confusion.
Well, we really ran into a lot of people in such a short time, huh? Well, I'm pretty happy that I got to know more about the workings of the company.
Once we returned to the bus, the sinners each began chattering away about what just happened.
I find it funny how Rodion started with that woo-wee.
Woo-wee!
I wonder what's going to happen to Engdu or Bamboo had kit.
Bamboo had a
boot
kit.
to the head.
And another for Jenny and the Whip.
So I am installing more voice mods.
How? That does not appear to be information we are privy to. Though we all work under the same company, all that the LCD shared with us was the name of our contact, Ezra. But then, is Limbus Company truly kidnapping people for human
You don't just start experimenting on humans like that. It's not something that just happens. Remember what that LCD woman said? Rumors are just that. Rumors.
Says the guy who was experimented on and turned into a bug.
Yeah, there's a whole selection process, and auditions, and
You have to pass a screening process, an evaluation, and then you got to pay a fee.
You get asked a skill testing math question.
You get a history question, geography question.
Grego furrowed his brows as though some unpleasant memories of the past began flooding in. He dug into his pockets for a cigarette.
There's LCD, but LCA just seems really out of place. Even when compared to other departments, it's like they're from a completely different company.
As we made our way back to the bus, I slowly began to organize my thoughts on everything that's happened. I did not know that it wasn't the most productive thing for me to do. I did know that it wasn't. Okay.
Faust, you're not gonna answer any of my questions, are you? I apologize. At the present moment, it is difficult for me to disclose any information that does not concern the LCB department. So I have the LCA, the LCB, the LCC, the LCD,
The NBA,
the LED,
the NFL, the LHS.
I think the LCC is the funniest to me.
the FCC.
Because the LCC is just like... they're the clearance team. Their job is basically like, okay, prep people for the arrival of the bus team, and then clear out the mess that happened after the GCC.
The super duper pooper scoopers.
That is the LCC. They are the super duper pooper scoopers. It's like impatience is a prerequisite for boarding this bus, manager or sinner.
Vergilius sighs as he muttered. He must have seen me burying my clockhead in my palms.
Your journey will inevitably lead to the answers to all of your questions, Dante. Just follow the path, and it shall all be revealed. You have no reason to rush.
You have your path.
Now you must take it. Besides...
Vergilius's gaze fixed, for a brief moment, slightly above my head.
Interesting.
I wonder if he's looking at my flame.
It's nothing. Huh. Perhaps your impatience is rubbing off on me. I suppose I shall find out along the way as well.
Vergilius scoffed, muttering something incomprehensible to himself, then turned away from me. It was clear that he had no intention of continuing the exchange.
Let's go, Charon. Been waiting for vroom vroom time. Vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. I was waiting for it. Okay.
Almost done with installing the new voices.
Driving to the famous heights of T Corp. Brum, brum.
So, the bus took off once again. Sometimes bustling, sometimes dead silent. Sometimes something in between. Sometimes more bustling than quiet, but not hopping.
I do like that general line, the idea of like, hey, you get the feeling that in the future you're gonna look back and realize that at this point you're not even 10 pages into the book.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a good line.
But I like the book.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a ton of new voices.
Oh.
Well, I have one voice and I'm gonna rest it if that's alright.
Yes, you can rest it. Brum, brum. I guess the traffic sucks no matter which nest we go to. We've been traveling at a snail's pace through the extreme congestion of the nest for several days now. Rhodia, clearly affected by this boredom, sighed and muttered. We've been through similar long periods of inactivity before, but boredom isn't something one could easily get used to. I suppose it became a part of my job to listen to the sinners complain about the slow pace of our travel. How much longer till the T-Corp immigration checkpoint? My only option is to give them a reminder of how far we are from our destination. Considering that we will be on standby for approximately a day at our next stop, and taking into account various other stops we will be making en route, our estimated time of arrival is in 3 days. It's not like we're traveling very far, but with this awful traffic, it feels way further than it really is. Gregor's right. It didn't seem like the city was that big. Maybe there's something to these inevitable, overly long travel times, something I'm yet to understand. I guess driving around in a large bus through the narrow back streets is what's taking us such a long time. I believe that it would have been faster to march on foot. Yet what of our room and board? Are you unaware that camping out in the open is a natural part of any long march? Hey, Officer Aldous, not everyone's been a soldier here. And if unlucky, we might even run into those terrifying sweepers before the break of dawn. Even a partial mention of their name drains all color from Sinclair's face. I remember what the sinners once told me about them. That before the break of dawn, there are these things called sweepers that sweeps up every trash in the back streets. It's kind of terrifying how broad the definition of trash can be. They call that hour the night in the back streets or something like that. The bus is one of the few vehicles recognized by the city as a residential vehicle, which means that we remain safe from the hands of the sweepers. Attempting to sleep outside the bus in the back streets would not permit a restful sleep. Instead, one would be forced to survive the onslaught of sweepers for an hour in the early hours of dawn. Makes sense. Those sweepers do steer clear of the residential areas after all. A slow yet safe travel by vehicle, or fast yet high-risk march on foot. This is quite the strategic dilemma. I do not believe that the latter option is up for consideration of any fellow. The bus is once again consumed by commotion. I can get through this mini chapter and then we can be done.
Yay!
Yay.
Done for the Limbus company or done with stream?
I don't know.
Okay.
And into that commotion barged in this creak of an opening door and a familiar sigh. I understand that you all must be quite impatient, but we are precisely on schedule. So save your breaths and stop complaining. By the looks on your faces, I would have been worrying about a mutiny if I didn't know better. Those papers in your hand, new orders from the higher-ups? Vergilius was holding what appeared to be a bundle of freshly printed paper. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. Sometimes, after communicating in his room with the higher-ups of the company, he'd bring out a few sheets of paper to bring us up to speed. Yes, a new update. Don't tell me we're going on another detour. I'll say that I'm quite done clashing up these distorted messes. Look, we have to get to... Stop whining like a petulant child. There won't be more detours until we reach our current destination. Vergilius furrowed his brows, walked up to the front of the bus, and leaned against one of the first row chairs. He began leisurely shuffling through the documents. This is just an announcement. It says here that there will be changes to how your records of abnormalities, distortions, and peccatula are categorized. Huh? Wait, so we gotta do a bunch of paperwork? No. Once completed, your observation logs are all digitized and shared with the upper echelons of the company. Of course, if the observation logs themselves need to be edited, there may be orders to make direct adjustments by hand. However, the categorization of each entity will be updated automatically. They are merely informing the centers of the upcoming changes. It's nice to have someone else do the explaining for once. She is right. I presume that this has aught to do with the new types of peccatula that we have encountered before. Yes, but that isn't all. Vergilius closed his eyes wearily and lightly folded the papers in his hands. He called out to the two sinners. Yiseng, Ishmael. He was pointing at Ishmael and Yiseng. Yeah? You have called upon my name. I'll leave it to you, two model students, to explain the contents of these documents. I don't feel like I'm up to the task of explaining what's on this paper to all of you. With that, Vergilius pretty much shoved the paper in Ishmael's hands before taking a seat in the front row of the bus. Did he just dump his responsibility onto us? Ishmael didn't seem too happy about this sudden turn of events. Still, she opened the documents and began reading. I can never tell if he actually doesn't care about us or if he just naturally comes off as a cold person. So what does this thing say, Ishi? Give me a sec. So, does it say anything new about the abnormalities? Looks like these documents are from the LCD. The sender address says, "Oh, LCD is the department." I might. Oh, my voice might be ready to give.
Yeah, we might need to quit this game quickly.
I just need to get through the rest of this mini chapter, and then we're good. LCD is the department that contacted Manager Esquire, is it not? Ezra, was it? I still vividly remember her chaotic, bubbly voice coming through the radio. The former L Corp, BAH. The bus begins to fill with a familiar hectic buzz once again. Well, if you would allow me to hydrate. Okay. We can get through this. Miss Ishmael? Yiseng chimed in to help with Ishmael's explanations of the documents, but this is exactly why I'm the only one who ever reads the guides. I feel bad for Ishmael. She's the only one who ever reads the pamphlets. Yeah. I can see veins starting to pop in Ishmael's fingers. At this rate, she's going to drop the documents in favor of her mace. But wait, Ishmael, I got this. Calm down. I hurried over to Ishmael and practically hung onto the documents in her hands. We nearly tore the bundle of documents in half, but she quickly gave up and loosened her grip. Ryoshu, Altus, please keep Don Quixote and Heathcliff quiet while I take care of this. Oh yes, this'll be fun. Without killing them or beating them up, please. BAH. Ryoshu slowly lowered Don Quixote's lance she'd picked up. Alright then, if you have any questions while Ishmael reads from the document, raise your hands to be recognized. Yiseng, Faust, you guys don't need to raise your hands to speak, so please chime in if there are any details you can elaborate on. Understood. Very well. Rodya, if anyone tries to speak out of turn, please smack them lightly on the head. If you do good, I'll make sure to order you extra desserts during our team dinner. How do you whistle?
I have no idea. I can't whistle.
I can whistle. I know how to whistle.
Maybe.
There we go. Sure know how to motivate people, Dante. What an impressive growth of leadership capabilities, Executive Manager. Alrighty then. First one goes to... Wait, this wasn't...
Wow.
A few minutes later, after a quick commotion, I found the situation settled enough to return the documents to Ishmael's hands. Then I'll leave it to you. So the former L Corp, also known as the Lobotomy Corporation, used to contain and manage the abnormalities that we face in their ranches. If you take it into account that the strengths were suppressed by the Golden Palace, there is a pretty significant difference between the risk levels categorizations and the actual risk involved in facing them. Other employees and the higher-ups of Limbus Company also apparently felt that something was familiar yet off, and that's why they investigated the issue through the LCD department. So far, there have been 5 categories of risk levels. 5? Aren't there only 4 of them? Oh, poor Heathcliff. Rhodia punched Heathcliff in the crown of his head, and he promptly slumped to the ground, out cold. Maybe it was the suddenness of the attack that did it? You didn't kill him, did you? Nah, he'll be fine. It's Heath. It's not like I smacked him that hard. Sinclair quietly raised his hand. Alright, you can go ahead. Ishmael nodded at Sinclair. Well, I thought there were only 4 risk levels. Zion, Teth, He, and Wa, just like Heathcliff said. They're the only ones we've seen so far, yeah. But according to these documents, the highest risk level category is labeled Aleph. Like I said earlier, there's a pretty significant disparity between their categorization standards and our experience with them in the field. Which is why they're apparently planning to make overhauls to those standards by Limbus Company standards. Go ahead, Mersault. I must inquire what exactly this overhaul entails. Does this mean that the abnormalities will be recategorized within the pre-existing framework of categorization? Or will additional risk level categories be... Hi, Astral the Blackjack. I am sick. I am barely making it through. It doesn't elaborate that far, but it says here that the Lobotomy Corporation used abnormalities and Kaplan production to categorize.
So this game, Lobotomy Corporation, have you played it? I mean, I have the game. I haven't played it yet, and that's a reference to this game.
Technically, all of the Project Moon games take place in a single universe. Limbus Company takes place after Library of Ruina, which takes place after Lobotomy Corporation.
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, go ahead.
It's a series. The first game is Lobotomy Corporation.
I'm going to play that eventually, but it's kind of a scary game to me, I think. So, yeah.
Abnormalities with more complicated, difficult management conditions apparently produced more in Keflin. I guess the more complicated an abnormality is, the harder they are to fight. That does line up with our own experience, sort of. But it can hardly be said that it was flawless. Looks to me that they're trying to make these risk levels better reflect our own field experiences, which doesn't rule out the possibility of them adding more tiers to the pre-existing ones. For we conduct not management, but combat against these foes. It's sensible that the standards for risk levels be adjusted in accordance to... Well, Rhodia, wait! You saying can't speak without raising his hand? Oh, right, my bad. I managed to stop Rhodia just before her fist connected with Yiseng's crown. It was almost as if she was moving based on pure instinct. So that's why they're overhauling the risk levels based on the actual risk each abnormality poses in battle. So we do well to be wary of the possible changes in the risk levels written in the observation logs. Oh, and they'll let us know Again, once the precise details are decided, the next section is about distortions, which... Don Quixote raised her hand. But Ishmael continued to explain without coming to a stop. She probably just ignored her. So far, we've been using the same subject classification codes as abnormalities for distortions, but it's gotten pretty clear that there's a big difference between them, enough to give these two groups distinct classification codes. That difference being... Hongli raised his hand, and Ishmael nodded. Don Quixote appeared a bit crestfallen. The difference is that when defeated, abnormalities transform into their egg-like forms, but distortions don't, am I right? Correct. Distortions can be completely subdued simply by defeating them in battle, but any method of fully slaying an abnormality is yet to be discovered, even in theory. So she says, well, we've all had first-hand experience against them, so it shouldn't be too hard to understand. Whew! Here comes the last subject. This one's about the Picatula. They're going to give them a classification code scheme different from the abnormalities as well, including the new type of Picatula we recently encountered. Let's see, classification basis... Abnormalities and distortions both have elements of uniqueness that is missing in each individual Picatula. Considering this, it has been deemed... Okay, I don't really get what this is talking about. Foster walked up next to Ishmael and began to explain. Uniqueness in this context refers to the fact that no same entity exhibits the same location. It would be helpful to recall that our encounters with the Picatula have always been against multiple duplicates of the same category of Picatulum. However, no such encounters have been made against distortions and abnormalities. Hopefully, this has been a sufficient explanation for all. Right, so simply put, we could just toss them Picatula all into the same bin, but each and every one of the abnormalities and distortions is special unique, eh? They could have explained it much easier if they just...
Yep, I saw that coming.
I freaking love... I just take a little bit of a side. I freaking love how the character dynamics are shaping out. Cause this is great. This is wonderful. Heathcliff seemed to have woken up from his coma, but I'll be looking forward to that extra dessert. His moment of lucidity barely lasted a moment. And that's all there is to it. Phew. This is pretty great, huh? It's refreshing doing something like this once in a while. Don Quixote has not lowered her hand since Ishmael ignored her the first time. Not even for a brief moment. Fine, ask away. Dost thou know the name of the OCD employee who hath composed that report? Ishmael seemed a bit taken aback that Don Quixote actually managed to ask a rather sensible question. Even though it was asked with that very same enthusiasm she has when talking about fixers, that is. Oh sure, give me a second. Sender, LCD On-Site Investigative Reasoning Team Leader Moses. Well, we might as well keep that name in mind, since we'll probably run into them sooner or later. I'm sorry for ignoring you, Don Quixote. Though Don Quixote was finally given the answer she so passionately craved, she did not appear happy or excited about it. Instead, she seemed to be absorbed in deep thought. Something wrong, Don Quixote? I recall hearing that name in the past, yet I cannot quite recall as to who that name may have belonged to. Okay, now we're actually done. Darn, thought I'd be able to collect a bit more dessert. This was more time consuming than it was initially expected. Dante, now. Oh, right, it's about time. Alright then, I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. This could have dragged on for much longer, but the sinners were thankfully pretty cooperative, so we managed to finish our day early. I followed the sinners to the back door of the bus, my heart a little lighter than it was at the start of the day. Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
The music. That's funny.
Yes, but look who's saying nothing. It took me about 30 minutes to realize that we left Heathcliff out cold on the bus floor. Poor Heathcliff. Oh my gosh. And I guess that's it for today. Next week. And here's the funny thing. Technically, chapter 6 isn't fully done yet. Next week, Friday, it will be fully done. And because that is going to be my last stream before I am on hiatus for weeks, I'll be trying to go through the entirety of chapter 6.
Okay.
And I'll say this right now. As much as it pains me to do this, because I like playing it as it comes out, I haven't played the second part of chapter 6 because it came out. I played the first part. I haven't played the second part yet. And I'm going to hold myself back from playing the third part until next week's stream. So that way it will be the first Limbus Company stream I do where I will have not played everything beforehand. I'm looking forward to it.
금일 작업은 95% 마무리가 돼.
Anyways, let's see, anything else I could do? Just a couple daily missions, that's all. So anyways. This has been an absolutely wonderful stream. I wonder who's live right now. Let's see, we have Solarhawk77, Cosmin19, Farrah the Bat, Ugly Son of a Bun, Strawberry Cherry, Aria Symphony, Miniful, Jer City. I think Thunder is also live. Who the frick did we raid? Anybody have a suggestion? My voice is about to give out.
I know suggestions.
Okay.
Throw a dice and pick a one at random.
Pick a one at random. What? Get ready. Who do we raid? I think we have to raid someone who's going to be there for the Sunday thing. I did it! Because the next stream I have is going to be the Mass Lethal Company collab with like 260 plus mods.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let me think. And the people who are live from that group right now are either Cosmin or Solarhawk. Ray Togger? How about Brava? Okay, let's go Brava. Wackerly, whatever you type in for the raid is just gonna be the raid message, because I am out of voice. The aptly called Too Many Mods collab, yeah. We're gonna raid Brava, and I'm gonna rest. Okay, everyone pay attention to the next message that Wackerly types in chat, because that's gonna be the raid message. Thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing. Something silly can happen. Next stream is on Sunday. And I'm gonna go immediately, Wackerly, and everyone else in chat, so please give Brava my well regards. I will not be following you since I am not. Yeah. Thank you for watching.